personal fight. Don't worry, I've got this. Ranma, you need medical attention. Tsukune shouted, rushing to help his roommate up off the ground. Hey, what am I, chopped liver? Kurumu snapped from where she herself was pulling herself up. Ranma wobbled slightly, as he leaned against Tsukune. Yeah, medical attention. I'll get right on that. Right after I beat this guy up. Mocha raised an eyebrow. What guy? Thwum. The vampiress was suddenly forced to hold down her skirt as a shock wave came from behind her, no doubt originating from the gigantic troll that had just dropped 4 stories onto the ground. Oh, Mocha squeaked, turning to look up at the muscle-bound creature. Yo. Don't mean to be rude, Chopper said as he stared down at the pink-haired girl, but you're in my way. Move. As the vampiress rapidly did as she was told, Kurumu clicked her tongue. So useless. Chopper promptly started forward, although he halted when Tsukune suddenly stood in front of him, holding his arms out. Stop it. This fight is over, the human declared boldly, glaring up at the hulking troll. Ranma blinked. What? Whoa, wait. If this fight is over, that means I lose. That ain't happening. Chopper chuckled darkly. I dunno, buddy. The shrimp might be right. You don't look so hot. I won't hold it against you if you wanna give up and try again later. Just means I'm better'n you, is all. Tsukune whimpered as he immediately saw Ranma's aura emerge. Ranma, please, be reasonable. Now isn't the time for a reason. I have a fight to win. Ranma declared, ducking around Tsukune and darting for Chopper. The troll obviously hadn't expected Ranma to still be so mobile after taking his earlier attack, and was caught completely off guard as Ranma smashed a knee into his chin and then used his head as a springboard to jump up behind him. Mukata Kabisha! Ranma shouted, blasting Chopper in the back with a sphere of confidence-powered ki and sending the wrestler to his knees. As Ranma landed, however, Chopper was already standing back up and cracking his neck, having shrugged off the assault. Oh, so you got energy blasts, too? Neat trick, Chopper mumbled. They don't sting for long. Oh, this is ridiculous. How can I cause enough damage to knock this guy out? Ranma thought. He could try a sustained assault, but he had no reason to believe that would fare any better, and it would leave him open to being grabbed again. The pig-tailed boy had no illusions of staying on his feet if he fell into the wrestler's clutches once more. Senpai, use fire. It will stop his body from regenerating. Youkai shouted out suddenly, attracting the attention of both combatants. What? Fire? Ranma asked in confusion. TCH. Chopper clicked his tongue. Fire. Weren't you paying attention during the Monster Encyclopedia segment? The young witch demanded. The what? Ranma asked, shaking his head. No, wait, forget that. How am I supposed to use fire? I don't have an attack like that. Youkai blinked. Really? Aren't you a devil? I'm a human. damn it! Ranma shouted back at his young admirer. Chopper snorted. Yeah, sure. It's fine by me to obey school rules, but you're not gonna get away with taking me so lightly. I'm not taking you lightly. I'm not a monster. Ranma shouted, stomping his foot on the ground. I swear to God, I'll break your legs. And suddenly, his eyes widened. Wait, that's it. Chopper shrugged and lurched forward. Break them if you want. They'll be good as new before dinner. But seriously, buddy, you put up a pretty good fight. It was fun, but now it's time for you to sleep for a while. Gotta get this just right, Ranma thought, focusing as Chopper reared back his right arm while guarding with his left. Just like before, Ranma slipped around the troll's massive punch and moved into his guard. Rather than launching an attack, however, he instead grabbed Chopper's blocky arm and then leapt up, pulling the hand with him as he landed on the troll's shoulder. And one, and two, and pull. Bracing himself against his foe's neck, Ranma wrenched Chopper's arm up while twisting at the same moment, and nearly everyone present winced at the sickening crack that resulted. Dropping the limp appendage, Ranma barely managed to push off of Chopper's back before his other hand reached for him, almost catching the big-tailed boy's leg. Okay, that's one down, Ranma thought, his heart pounding as he noted how close he had been to getting grabbed again. Wait! Stop! Time out! Tsukune suddenly shouted, causing both fighters to freeze. What now? I'm winning, Ranma complained as he turned to face his roommate. It's not that, it's just... Tsukune cleared his throat and then held out his hand. Can Kuromu borrow your shirt? Ranma blinked, and then glanced over at the succubus to confirm that, yes, she was in fact completely topless. Don't know how I missed that, the big-tailed boy mumbled as he stripped off the red Chinese shirt and tossed it to the smaller human. Here you go. Thank you. Kuromu cried gratefully as Tsukune handed her the garment. Really, she probably should have just gone back to her room by now, but found the fight far more interesting than her modesty. Ranma patted down his undershirt before turning back to Chopper, and was quite satisfied to see the troll casting annoyed and fearful glances at his limp left arm. Something wrong, Chopper? The wrestler snorted. You're only making this harder on yourself, Saotome. If you'd stop bouncing around like a damn flea, then we could make this nice and quick. The big-tailed boy smirked. Oh, don't worry. This won't take much longer. In response, Chopper went on the offensive once more, his left arm swinging uselessly about behind his body as he jabbed at his foe. Ranma was amused to see that the troll was now using small, measured attacks now, rather than the full power, wall-shattering punches he had been throwing since the beginning. I do need a bigger opening. Oh. Let's try this. Sliding across the ground to one side, Ranma suddenly stumbled, his defense opening. Gotcha. Chopper snarled, once again fully extending himself as attacked at full power. Ranma's eyes gleamed as his opponent felt for the feint, and the big-tailed boy jumped over the haymaker before grabbing onto the wrestler's elbow. And that makes two, Ranma shouted, lashing backward with a kick to Chopper's shoulder while twisting his arm at the same time. Another painful cracking noise followed, and Ranma hopped off of the disabled limb to land in a crouch. Phew! That was rough, but it's over. I win, Ranma said, planting his fists on his hips as Chopper stared at him dumbly. What the hell you did? He growled as his arms swung limply at his sides. Hey! How come they ain't regenerating? What did you do? Yeah, I figured breaking bones wouldn't stop you for long, so I did the next best thing, Ranma explained, crossing his arms over his chest. I dislocated your shoulders. Dislocated bones don't heal naturally like a fracture does. The troll's eyes were wide as he gaped. But I can't. A wrestler without the use of his arms can't fight. I win, Ranma said seriously. Now you should probably see Miss Madaraki. She can fix up something like a dislocation easily. Gah! Chopper grimaced as he stepped back. Noi, don't think this is over, Saotome. When round 2 starts, you won't get off so easy. Ranma chuckled happily. I'll be waiting, Chopper. Any time, any place. Yahu! Youkai cheered suddenly, startling Mocha, who was right next to her. Senpai won. I knew he could do it. Of course I won, Ranma said haughtily as he watched Chopper stagger off toward the school building. Ranma Saotome never loses. So what was that all about, anyway? Mocha asked, looking worried. Why were you two fighting? Ranma gave her an odd look. Why? Because we felt like it. What? The vampiress asked, not comprehending. Well, technically I guess we felt like it, and I didn't have anything better to do, the big-tailed boy corrected. But we didn't really have a reason. That's barbaric, Mocha complained, causing Kurumu to roll her eyes. Ranma shrugged. I guess. It's nice to fight every once in a while without worrying about getting shipped off to China or one of my friends being killed. Oh. Then he frowned. By the way, could someone help me get back to my room? I guess the adrenaline wore off or something, 'cause I can't move my legs anymore. Naturally Tsukune was up to the task, and he took one of the older boy's arms over his shoulders before waving to the girls. Thanks for your help today. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night, came the chorus of replies, each one varying considerably in enthusiasm as the group finally parted ways. Ranma and Tsukune, who lagged behind Mocha and Kurumu, who was flying, as they headed toward their dorm building, made their way in silence for a fairly long time before Ranma finally spoke. By the way, I don't wanna get all mushy or anything, but thanks a lot for helping me out when I'm injured, the big-tailed boy said awkwardly. There was that time the other day when I was cursed, too. I appreciate it. Well, of course. You're helping me out all the time, Tsukune said, smiling. Besides, we're friends, aren't we? Yeah, I guess so, Ranma said, marveling at the simple concept. He had experienced all sorts of trouble and frustrations while at Youkai Academy, but one thing he could get used to was being surrounded by people who weren't constantly out to take advantage of him. He'd be the first to complain that most monsters were short-sighted idiots, but he found a refreshing honesty in their simple, straightforward barbarism. Besides that, Ranma wasn't sure if he had ever had a friend so plainly benevolent as Tsukune. The people he considered friends before coming to Youkai Academy had mostly been limited to Ryoga, Yukayu, and Akan, and putting aside that one of the three ostensibly sought to kill him, his relationship with any of them was the farthest thing from stable. It was about at this point that Ranma glanced down at the younger boy holding him up and noted, with some alarm, that Tsukune only looked slightly less injured than he did. So what happened to you guys, anyway? Ancient ruins. Giant golem. Explosion. Tsukune listed succinctly. Dang. Hated when that happens, Ranma said, nodding solemnly. Jade, I'd abandon you again. I'd say it's been a tough week for everyone, Tsukune deadpanned. Within the school building, in the uppermost levels of the complex, a waiting room sat empty outside the offices of the enforcers. The room was excellently furnished and decorated, with fine plush chairs, a well-stocked water cooler, and several posters that boasted pictures of a sadistic-looking man with long white hair along such motivational statements as "no justice without bloodshed" and "they who can give up essential liberty to obtain a little temporary security get to live," with the second quote being incorrectly attributed to Benjamin Franklin. The closest thing to a living creature that occupied the room was a grainy stone statue that stooped over a waiting table stocked with numerous pristine magazines, its great, bat-like wings folded tightly behind it. It was no coincidence that there were no students waiting to offer complaints and submit investigations to the enforcers, and it was certainly not due to there being complete, uninterrupted peace among the students of Youkai Academy. One of the first things freshmen learned upon entering the school was that the strong regularly preyed upon the weak, as was natural among most monster societies, and there was nothing to be done but avoid attention or try to fight back. However, once the freshmen learned that there was actually a group dedicated to the enforcement of peace and order on campus, the next lesson, after they recovered from the incredulous shock, was invariably to avoid ever having contact with that group, ever, even if one had a completely legitimate problem, for which they sought redress. Of course there were those that decided to try anyway, going to the enforcers and pleading their cases either because they still had a few sparks of naive hope or because they simply had no other options. Most promptly had their innocent hopes crushed, although there were an unlucky few that suddenly found themselves arrested for various outrageous crimes, mostly involving directing anger at the enforcers' utter uselessness. This cemented the enforcers' reputations as individuals whom one never approached for help, and as a consequence freed up their schedules enormously. So it was only after completing her 50-second game of internet checkers that Kaito finally emerged from her office to peek into the waiting room. "TCH. You're still here," she said irritably as she fixed her eyes on the statue, which itself began trembling. Crack! Crunch! Pebbles and flakes of rock rained onto the floor as Haruo broke out of his stone form, and the gargoyle glared briefly at Kaito before stretching. Finally, "You had me waiting so long I fell asleep," the junior enforcer growled before his form began to shrink, taking on the human disguise that was required of all students. "I was waiting for you to leave," Kaito said unapologetically. "But since you've proven more stubborn than I expected, I suppose I'll hear you out for a little bit." She turned around and headed back into her office, beckoning with her finger. "Come." Haruo winced, and hesitantly followed. He, like most of the enforcers, absolutely hated being in Kaito's office, regardless of how he felt about Kaito herself. It had the unmistakable trappings of a predator's lair, and Kaito herself was creepy enough to exacerbate the tension horribly. Nonetheless, he steeled himself and stepped through the door, his eyes scanning from one end of the room to the other. Great, sweeping cobwebs stretched all over the interior, running into and wrapping around each other in ways that made it hard to tell if a given space was clear, obstructed, or subject to a few stray strands that would collapse a section of webbing around an unwary visitor. Final webs hung from the ceiling in support of heavy web cocoons wrapped around. Well, Haruo had no idea what was in the disgusting things, but the way they glistened suggested that the webbing was wet and relatively fresh, and the way they twitched every once in a while suggested. Haruo shuddered as Kaito walked up behind her desk, seeming to move through the folds of webbing as if they weren't even there. She then took a seat upon a particularly thick web that had been inclined at an angle perfect for sitting, and then crossed her arms under her breasts. "All right, spit it out. What can Big Sis do for you today?" Kaito asked, her tone turning playful now that they were on her turf. "I want to know why nobody said anything about my earlier proposal," Haruo said, trying to keep his voice firm in the face of the dread that threatened to overwhelm him. "Ah, you mean that pointless rant about hunting down Saotome and destroying him?" Kaito asked, raising an eyebrow. "What of it?" Haruo's teeth clenched. "What of it? I made it very clear that Saotome is a direct threat to the authority and reputation of the enforcers. When are we going to move out to finish him?" Kaito snorted. "When Kuyo decides that he gives a damn," she said bluntly, invoking the name of the head enforcer. "Until Saotome catches Kuyo's attention, nobody's going to pretend that they care about your little grudge." "Well, what does it take to get Kuyo's attention, then?" Haruo demanded, slamming his hands down onto Kaito's desk. "This little bastard has already attacked me twice, and dismembered one of the faculty. Even we aren't going to try and tell someone not to hurt Professor Richard," Kaito deadpanned. "The enforcers will gladly support anyone's decision to cripple him, even if in violation of school rules. not the point, Haruo shouted. Saotome's actions show a blatant and violent disregard for our authority. Are you really going to let him get away with defying us like that? He tried to draw himself back, but then realized with some annoyance and a bit of fear that his hands were tangled in the webbing that covered Kaito's desk, sticking them to the surface. Kaito rolled her eyes as she leaned back. From what I can tell, this isn't about Saotome defying the enforcers, it's about Saotome defying you. It's the same thing, Haruo insisted, tugging at his arms in frustration to loosen the sticky threads wrapped around his fingers. If he'll stand against me, what's to stop him from defying you? Or even Kuyo himself, for that matter. We'd have to stand together. Kaito was quite amused at seeing her visitor struggle against her web, but kept her voice apathetic. You know as well as I do that the enforcer's solidarity only extends as far as Kuyo's power does. And on that note, I'd like to remind you that when you first started complaining I did help you, only for you to completely waste my time. Haruo gulped as he finally disentangled his hands. I'm sorry. I still don't know how I got Saotome's room wrong. But this is serious. Why won't anybody take action? Kaito groaned as she rubbed his head. You imbecile. Do I really need to spell it out for you? Upon seeing Haruo's confused expression, she continued. Tell me, if you think Saotome needs to be removed, why don't you do it yourself? I already tried that. Haruo complained heatedly. I almost got the bastard to. But, well, he beat you, Kaito finished. I don't care about the details, but those were the end results. You're no match for Saotome. You know this, and he knows this, and the other enforcers know this too. So why, then, would they stick their necks out to destroy Saotome when Kuyo doesn't even know the fool's name? Haruo's eyes narrowed. So that's it, huh? You're just afraid. Thwoop. Haruo tried to let out a surprised gasp as a disc of webbing suddenly smacked into face, but suddenly found that his lips had been sealed shut. There. Maybe that will take the edge off that obnoxious mouth of yours, Kaito mumbled, idly wiping a single white thread from the corner of her mouth. As I already mentioned, I already tried to help you, but we failed because you're an idiot. I'm not afraid of Saotome, but I am afraid of wasting my precious leisure time because I let some granite-headed dolt lead me around by the feelers. Taking a moment to relish Haruo's silently enraged expression, she then continued. Innocence? Oh, you're right. Ranma Saotome is too strong to beat easily, so naturally, your peers and underlings don't wish to fight him if they can avoid it. And, as previously noted, they can avoid ever having to bother with him so long as Kuyo doesn't want to bother with him. So ultimately, until he pisses off the top brass, you're not going to get enough support to take him down directly. Then Kaito smiled, and Haruo felt mind-numbing terror crawl up his spine. However, there are other ways to deal with a resilient foe. Do you want Big Sis Kaito to give you a hint? Actually, there was nothing Haruo wanted more at that moment than to retreat from that office and hide under a rock. But he recognized that if Kaito didn't let him out herself, then he'd probably get tripped up on some of the webbing and be trapped there forever. Reluctantly, he nodded. Kaito's grin widened, and Haruo gulped as sharp, tusk-like mandibles poked out from behind her cheeks. Strong enemies tend to have crippling weaknesses. Loners have no one to rely on when they're vulnerable. Tyrants can be easily overwhelmed when their subjects are united against them. And noble ones are the worst, really. They'll sacrifice themselves in an instant to save someone too weak to be worth saving. Ring any bells? HMPHRHGMHMP. Haruo responded, his mouth still covered. Sure, whatever. Kaito's fangs retreated as her grin vanished. That's all the time Big Sis has for you today. I don't want to hear the name Saotome again unless it's either from Kuyo or listed in the school newspaper's obituaries. Understood? Haruo nodded. Our school newspaper has obituaries. Actually, come to think of it, I haven't seen an issue this semester. Wonder why. You may go now, Kaito said, idly reaching for a clump of webbing behind her head and giving it a slow tug. The door to the office promptly creaked open as the cobwebs around its frame and doorknob tightened, and Haruo stumbled out gratefully as the sheets of webbing parted to allow him passage. Kaito watched him leave, her cold, indifferent expression hiding a small spark of pride deep within her. It's rather satisfying to see the young ones grow up like this, trading the sword for the poisoned dagger and learning the art of treachery, she thought to herself. I hope Saotome doesn't torture him before he kills him. Note, hey! Both the characters introduced in this chapter were from the anime involved. I think I might be breaking the soci-addiction. End Chapter 6 Big Human on Campus, Extra. Blast that Saotome. So his victory over me was not enough, then? Saffron growled as he stalked through the main yard of Youkai Academy, his hands clenched into fists. It was fairly late in the afternoon, so there were few students about, and the grim pall that perpetually hung over Youkai was giving way to night. So even here, he seeks to humiliate me. HMPH. Fiend. And to think, I had thought to forgive him for his transgressions of the past. A more rational observer might have reasoned that the cause of such forgiveness may have had less to do with Saffron's nature and much more to do with the fact that Ranma was a familiar face with a relatively strong moral grounding amongst a sea of potentially murderous strangers. But, as it was, the Phoenix King wasn't about to admit to something so outrageous. Finding a cluster of granite boulders piled high on the edge of the paved area, Saffron took a seat before opening up his orientation pamphlet, allowing his thoughts to simmer silently as he tried to locate his new residence. No doubt the hovel I'll be placed in will be no better than that enjoyed by Saotome and the rest of the rabble, he murmured in disgust, not really noticing as a pair of figures approached him with obviously angry intent. Hey, small fry. shouted a rough voice from above, and a frustrated groan escaped from Saffron's lips as he raised his head to make eye contact with the speaker. It turned out to be the rough-looking fellow with the bushy eyebrows that had been following Ranma earlier, along with another boy that Saffron could barely recall seeing briefly when he had stepped into the fight club. "Whatever you want, make it quick," the Phoenix King said negligently as he looked back down at the pamphlet. "I don't have time for the prattling of fools." The two boys' faces twisted into angry snarls, and Kuma's eyes flashed an angry red. "Look at me when I'm talking to you, runt!" the hellhound shouted, black smoke seeping from between his clenched teeth. When Saffron sighed and once again made eye contact, Kuma's eyes narrowed. "You have a lot of nerve treating Miss Wildman like that, scumbag." Saffron raised an eyebrow. "Wildman? Who is that?" "That's the name of the redhead that decked you through the wall," the second boy said, chuckling slightly. Saffron grimaced as he stood up. "I see. Putting aside that she defended her honor quite well on her own, do you truly think to condemn my actions? It seems she's not the only one who does not know her place." Kuma's dark expression shifted further into the murderous range. "Don't think that just because Saotome says you resurrect that we won't kill you anyway," he spat, his hands starting to glow a furious orange. "If it doesn't take the first time, we can always try again, and again, and again." The other boy chuckled slightly as he raised a fist, small spines poking out from between his knuckles. "HMPH. It's true what my advisors told me. The lower races truly are full of lambs to be slaughtered," Saffron mumbled absently as he tucked away the pamphlet. "Thwum." As soon as the fragile, flammable paper was out of the way, Saffron's hands lit ablaze, and the Phoenix King smirked smugly at the shocked expressions on the boys' faces. "Come then, fools. I shall open the door to oblivion for you," Saffron intoned even as the students harassing him paled. "We'll take care of this later," Kuma said in a panic, backing away slowly even as his companion turned tail and ran. "Don't think this is over." The hellhound followed suit a moment later, instinctively falling onto his hands and dashing away on all fours. Saffron snorted, slightly surprised that the pair had fled so easily. "I suppose that merely being stupid doesn't entirely preclude the instincts of self-preservation," the Phoenix King mumbled as he sat back down. "Wump. Or at least, he tried to sit back down." At some point during the scuffle the rock he had been sitting on had apparently vanished, and Saffron promptly fell flat on his back. It was then that he noticed the thing that had been standing behind him. It was hard to tell from Saffron's current perspective of staring straight up into the creature's wiggling fangs, each like a sickle dripping with poisonous juices, exactly what the thing was, but a few more seconds of observation yielded plenty of clues. Glancing all around him, he took note of 8 thick, size-tipped legs, each one covered in a mottled gray carapace that had done well in resembling innocent granite boulders. Stretching his neck to look further down, the creature's body revealed a small, pinched body segment to which all the legs were connected, and beyond that was a massive, swollen rear section tipped with a spike at the end. I should have stayed in China, Saffron mumbled miserably as the gigantic spider's hungry fangs descended upon him. Chapter 8 Breaking minds, smashing faces. Hello everyone. Are you ready to have some fun? Tsukune cheered as she thrust a fist into the air. Today we begin our new feature, Meet the Teachers. In order to give the school bookies time to take bets on Ranma Saotome's species, we've decided to launch a new feature that gives you, the reader, fresh insight into the background and motivations of our wonderfully dysfunctional faculty. With an elegant twirl, Hanako gestured to the red-headed advisor to the Fight Club. May I present our assistant gym instructor, Riza Wildman. To the side of Shizuka, Riza lounged in a small wooden chair with one arm over the backrest and a bored expression on her face. Okay, so what do I have to do, again? Explain to us a little about yourself and how you came to be a teacher at Youkai Academy. Shizuka said. Riza hesitated as she scratched her cheek. Well, I guess I should say first that I'm a warrior, born and raised. I'm not really too much into this civilization bit, but things just kind of turned out this way. She sighed. I'm a half werewolf, half human hybrid, so it's not like I have any problem being among humans or adapting, and I suppose that's why I managed to get the job. They need teachers that have actually lived with humans peacefully. Not that my life among humans had much in the way of peace, but you get the idea. The redhead smiled wistfully as she continued speaking. I used to work for this royal chick back in the day, acting as a bodyguard because she had a lot of trouble with assassination attempts. It was pretty hairy, but at least it was never boring, and I got free room and board. Then she crossed her arms over her chest. Problem was, the princess didn't date us, so when I got my motorcycle wrecked for like the 5th time trying to save her skin from the giant man-eating crab of the week, the mechanic threw away my credit card and kicked me out. I've been hiding from debt collectors ever since. Riza shrugged. I needed money to fix my wheels and pay off the debts, and I heard that there was this place that was hiring monsters to teach kids how to imitate humans. I never considered a career in education until now, but what was I supposed to do? Wandering monsters and assassins just don't yield the kind of loot that they used to, you know. So in the end I kind of put my grand quest to avenge my brother's death on hold until I can walk down the street without being chased by repo men. And here I am. Nodding sharply, Riza completed her tale, and then noticed that Shizuka was glaring at her with her ear-like tufts of hair pressed back against her head. What? Riza asked, perplexed. Shizuka bristled, and then turned away sharply. HMPH. I didn't know you were a wolf. Riza's sweat dropped. Oh, get over it. Damn cat. Hanako hissed in annoyance. Anyway, that's all for now. Hopefully we'll have a better guest for next time. Have fun. Black Dragon Productions proudly presents a Ranma and Rosario plus Vampire crossover disclaimer. Screw your series too. I always preferred Tsukune as a wuss and Inner Mocha as an obnoxious talking fashion accessory, and now I'm in control. Fa fa. Fa 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 fa. NWA fa 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 ha. Key, writing / emphasis, sounds, thoughts, speech, comments that you can freely ignore. Big Human on Campus Chapter 7 Breaking Minds, Smashing Faces. The day began like any other day for Ranma, with a scream and a flurry of motion. GWH. Get it off. Granted, it was different in that he wasn't doing any of the screaming or motion, and as a result the big-tailed boy spent several seconds in a confused haze as he stared at his pillow, slowly coming to the realization that he wasn't staring at either the koi pond or the ground rushing up to meet him. Loudly turning his head to look at Tsukune's bed, he saw the younger human clinging to the headboard as he panted for breath, his face pale. The reason for his unease probably had something to do with one of the larger tarantulas crawling lazily across the top of his comforter, seemingly unaware or engulfed by the terror it had caused. Morning-kun, Ranma yawned, scratching the back of his head as Tsukune shuddered. You okay? She didn't bite you or nothing, did she? After the other human took some time to ensure that his heart was still beating, he shook his head. No, I'm okay, he said wearily, loosening his grip on his bed frame. Just startled me, I guess. I'm not used to waking up to one of those things staring me in the face. Sorry about that, Ranma mumbled as he pushed himself out of bed sluggishly. Look on the bright side. Oh, a shot of adrenaline like that wakes you right up. Honestly, Ranma almost missed being tossed out his window on school days. With only his own willpower and the dubious incentive of class to get him up in the morning, he had been getting lazier and lazier when it came to getting out of bed. Okay, sure. Whatever you say, Tsukune said nervously as he slowly inched out of bed, trying not to disturb his unwelcome visitor while also scanning the floor for more spiders. I have to say though, I think this spider thing is getting out of hand. Ranma stopped shambling toward the bathroom and turned his head. Hey, out of hand how? Tsukune frowned as he considered his words. Simple things like hygiene and presentability. Have you ever considered what would happen if we had guests? Don't you remember what happened to Kuma? Well, he wasn't exactly a guest, really, Ranma protested. Ranma. Tsukune crossed his arms over his chest. And they aren't aggressive as long as nobody makes cat noises, or anime. Tsukune said louder, his expressions turned. The big-tailed boy deflated, and he glanced down to where one of the melon-sized arachnids was crawling up onto his leg. All right, I get it. You have a point. Tsukune nodded. Thank you. I want to be fair about this, Ranma. You can keep spiders, but having them running around free like this in our room isn't okay. What do you think the girls would think if they came in here? I understand, Ranma said weakly, clearly chastened. I'll find somewhere to. He was interrupted by a knocking sound, and Ranma turned to get the door. Hold on, someone's here. We'll sort this out later. Tsukune nodded as he moved toward his dresser to put on his uniform. Ranma reached the door and opened it, and he was pleasantly surprised to see Kurumu waiting in the hall. Hi Ranma. I just wanted to— Whoa! Is that a giant spider? She shouted in shock, her eyes widening as she noticed the arachnid crawling up the side of Ranma's boxers. The big-tailed boy winced. Well, yeah. But don't worry, oh my gosh. That is so cute. The succubus exclaimed, her face breaking into a smile as she crouched down to stare eye to eye with the hairy creature. I didn't know you and Tsukune kept giant spiders. Yes. Yes we do, Ranma said awkwardly as the busty monster stroked the arachnid's swollen abdomen. I didn't know you liked spiders. Really? I didn't know anybody really liked spiders. Frankly, he had only grown attached to them because they were plentiful and obedient, not out of any particular affection for the species. Of course I love spiders. Kurumu could. Who could resist those beady little eyes and wriggling little fangs? She looked up at Ranma. Can I hold him? Knock yourself out, Ranma mumbled, turning his head to give Tsukune a meaningful glance. The younger human shrugged weakly as he fixed his tie, obviously having no more insight into Kurumu's tastes than his roommate. He's so warm and fuzzy. Kurumu squealed as she held the spider up and rubbed her cheek against its back. Does he do any tricks? Just one, Ranma admitted. I can show it to you if you want, but you'll need to come to me and Tsukune's homeroom class. Miss Nakonom is the only cat person Never mind that. Tsukune suddenly shouted, stepping up behind Ranma now that he was fully dressed. Kurumu. Hi. What are you doing here? Hi darling. The succubus purred as she promptly latched onto the shorter man, pressing his face into her breasts as was their or rather, her usual greeting custom. Normally Tsukune felt a great deal of guilty pleasure from the over-affectionate gesture, but this time his face darkened as he found himself mere inches away from the giant spider, which was now sitting on Kurumu's shoulder and wiggling its feelers at him. I just stopped by so we could all have breakfast together, Kurumu said brightly, continuing to pillow Tsukune's head even as the hairy arachnid crawled over the swell of her breasts and onto his hair. I'll have to meet up with you guys. I have to wash up and stuff first, Ranma said as he headed back into the dorm room. Okay. See you later. Kurumu chirped before she finally altered her hold on Tsukune to drag her along behind her rather than suffocate him in her cleavage. Wait. Spider. Head. Stop. Tsukune stuttered nervously as he tried to keep pace while keeping his head perfectly level. He could feel the heavy arachnid shifting through his hair, and the constant movement of her legs sent chills up and down his spine. Don't worry about it. I'm sure he could use some fresh air anyway. Now come on, Mocha is waiting for us in the cafeteria. The succubus said cheerfully as Tsukune groaned weakly behind her. All right, maggots, listen up. Haruo growled. Do you know why I called you here today? Currently the restless gargoyle was pacing in front of a line of 4 other enforcers, each of them devoid of the rank badge that marked Haruo's chest and labeled him a junior officer. I called you idiots here because you're the only morons among the enforcers of lower rank than me. You're the worst of the worst, the scum of the enforcers. Haruo growled, his eyes glowing slightly as they swept over the recruits. Dude. Harsh. A lanky enforcer with his hands in his pockets mumbled gloomily. I was only recruited recently. Give me a break. Growled a larger student with wild hair and curiously wrinkled skin. HMPH. Just tell us what you want, already, demanded a short boy with dark rings around his eyes. The only reason I'm below you in rank is because I actually follow the rules and stop fights rather than taking in bribes for the squad. Snapped the final enforcer, a boy with shaggy white hair that obscured his eyes. The others quickly glanced at the last speaker, surprised. Wait, seriously? The lanky grunt asked, raising an eyebrow. Why do you bother? It's an alignment thing. I don't want to talk about it, the shaggy boy growled. Haruo shook his head. I don't care what excuses you have for being so pathetic, but today you're in luck, the gargoyle said, his mouth breaking into a grin. Because today we're going to kill Ranma Saotome. The 4 junior enforcers looked utterly shocked at the revelation. What? Why? Never mind why. I'm more interested in how. No, he's right. Why should we even bother trying to take down the hotshot of the freshman class? Haruo snorted. Ranma Saotome stands accused of 3 separate counts of assaulting an enforcer without provocation, 1 count of possessing an unregistered pet in the dorms, rampant truancy, repeated destruction of public property, and a buddy of mine from Class D said that he totally cut in line once during lunch. Ah, I see. Yup. Should've known. Only the white-haired boy dared dispute the trumped-up charges. Do you take us for morons? We all know exactly what crime he committed. You started a fight with him and he defended himself. Now you're trying to drag all the rest of us into your stupid grudge match. Haruo considered the question briefly, scratching the underside of his chin. Yes, I do take you for morons. The 4 enforcers bristled, and Haruo rolled his eyes. Now, have you considered the respect and fame you'll command once the infamous Ranma Saotome has fallen by your efforts? At the very least, a promotion among the enforcers would be in order as a reward for your prowess and foresight in taking down such a disruptive figure. Considering the matter closed, the gargoyle turned to a chalkboard with a crude stick figure drawing of Ranma on it and many arrows pointing to him. At the other ends of the arrows were random monster heads, every one of them with X's for eyes. Anyway, here's the plan. Obviously, A four-way direct assault might work, but Saotome can be tricky and he has friends. At best, we'd defeat him with severe casualties. The short enforcer raised his hand. Four-way. Including you. There are 5 of us. Quiet down. That plan is no good. The gargoyle snapped. Then he plumped to the next picture, which had Ranma's head drawn at the end of a little bed with its eyes closed and a bubble coming from his nose. Surrounding the bed was several stick-figure spiders. Plan B was to attack while he was asleep. However, my efforts at scouting had revealed that his bed is protected by a picket of deadly arachnid sentries. The lanky boy scratched his head. Giant spiders? Seriously? I could take them all out in a jiffy. He snapped his wrist to the side, and a butterfly knife slipped into his palm where he flipped it open. I can do it silent as the wind, too. He wouldn't hear a thing. No, that's okay, Haruo said weakly, shaking his head. If Kaito heard I had a bunch of spiders killed, well, honestly, he had no idea how upset she'd be, but the Spider Woman was scary enough that he wasn't willing to take the risk. Anyway, I've decided on Plan C. Seeing his minions' doubtful expressions, Haruo cleared his throat. You'll be happy to know, first of all, that this plan doesn't involve you fighting Saotome in any way, shape or form. 3 of the junior enforcers breathed sighs of relief, while the wrinkled one frowned. If we don't fight him, how are we going to gain respect and fame for beating him? All will become clear at the end, Haruo promised as he moved to the end of the chalkboard. This one had a picture of the enforcers surrounding a cage with stick-figure drawings of Tsukune, Kurumu, Mocha, and Youkai inside. Off to the side, a stick-figure Haruo was kicking a stick-figure Ranma while the latter drawing cried and called for his mommy. You see? Rather than trying to overcome Saotome's full strength or wait for him to be vulnerable, instead and by we I mean you will capture his friends, and then we'll threaten to kill them if he resists. And then and by we I mean I can kill him instead without any fear of getting beaten to a bloody pulp. The other enforcers looked skeptical as they went over the plans. I guess it could work. The short one mumbled, I mean, as long as nobody unexpected gets in our way and his friends turn out to be total pushovers. Yeah, about that, the shaggy-haired boy said as he grimaced. Isn't Akashi supposed to be a vampire? You know, one of the so-called strongest monsters in the world. I heard that the babe is no wimp either, the lanky enforcer grumbled as he played with his knife, and the shorty is a witch. I hate magic. He snapped his knife shut, and with a twist of his wrist it vanished back into his sleeve. But what's even more worrisome is Aono. I don't mind going up against a strong opponent if I know what I'm getting into, but nobody knows what kind of monster he is. If there's one thing I hate more than magic, it's a wild card. By the way, you still haven't explained how all this underhanded stuff is gonna give us street cred against Saotome. The larger enforcer pointed out. Haruo nodded seriously. Those are all valid concerns, and you're to be commended for your foresight and wisdom in noting them." Then he thrust a fist into the air. "Now prepare to move out. I need all of Saotome's loved ones rounded up and at our mercy ASAP. Get to it." The junior enforcers grimaced as they watched their superior march out of the room, each one getting a strong feeling that they were being set up for failure. "Well, what the hell? I didn't have anything else planned for the rest of my life anyway," the lanky boy mumbled as he rubbed his hair. "Hey, we might as well give it a shot. Hello can get us in trouble for disobeying him, after all," the short boy noted, turning his sagging eyes to the boy with white hair. "You coming?" "I have to," the only ethical enforcer growled. "The orders came from a superior, and I'm lawful." "That sucks, dude," said the largest of the group as he cracked his knuckles. "Well, we have our orders to beat up a bunch of girls and a helpless wimp. Let's go enforce some law and order." Ranma hummed to himself as he scrubbed himself clean underneath the warm spray of the shower head, his voice unconsciously mimicking a certain tune he had once been subjected to while asleep. He had been humming it a lot recently whenever he was alone, and for some reason he was always reminded of Kana when he did so. Actually, he had spent a lot of time thinking on his new friends here at Youkai Academy, and that occasionally led him to think about the friends or, more often, malicious acquaintances he had left behind in Mirima. Ranma honestly felt a little ashamed of how well things were going here. Sure, things had started out badly enough, but recently hardly a day went by when he didn't see something new or interesting. The fights had started getting more exciting too, and there was even more variety behind them. His last opponent, Chopper, hadn't even forced him into a battle or demanded terms when he wanted a scrap. It was a refreshingly original approach to being a violent psychopath, and Ranma could appreciate that. On the less violent side of things, his relationships with his friends and even the students who he was enclosed to could hardly be better. Tsukune had pretty much become a little brother to him, and he found Kurumu, Kana, and Yukarai's company to be a nice change from those of his female companions back home. Even Moko was fun to hang around, if only so he could tease the bloodsucker. Therein lay the guilt, however. The girls back in Mirima weren't just his friends, they were his fiancées, and some of them had real, legitimate claims to his future if not his heart. It felt wrong to simply shove them aside because they were getting too pushy and replace them. Akan was the worst case. After the fight with Saffron, he had thought that they had finally made a connection, and perhaps, just maybe, they were finally ready to move beyond the skittish denial and jealous tantrums that more often than not exemplified their relationship. And for all he knew, they had been. But rather than staying and exploring his feelings for her, he had instead hopped on the last bus to some creepy mansion in the middle of nowhere filled with horrific beasts ready to tear him limb from limb. And by God, he was really starting to like it. Ranma couldn't say he missed the Tendo Dojo with so much as a drop of sincerity, and even Akan, the supposed love of his life, occupied his thoughts less and less nowadays. Of course, it's not like he wouldn't see Mirima ever again. From what he was told, he would be allowed to visit the human world after each semester, and Ranma was sure that all the folks he had left behind would be waiting to mob him the very moment he set foot in the prefecture. And as miserable as that experience was sure to be, it was still far better than if the people in Mirima managed to track him down here instead. Ranma shuddered as he thought about what would happen if a bunch of Niriman humans forced their way into Youkai Academy and found themselves surrounded by a veritable army of creatures from man's worst nightmares. Those poor monsters. After a few more seconds, Ranma realized that the cold chill wasn't just from his morbid thoughts, and he looked up to see that the tiny bathroom window located above his dorm's shower was open. "Hey, Mizor, could you close the window? It's a bit cold," he asked, moving closer to the jet of steaming water and allowing it to cover more of his body. Clack! The window promptly slid shut. SSSSLD. Then, after a few seconds, it slid open again. "Wait, you knew I was here?" Mizor's voice asked from outside the window. Ranma couldn't see her, but figured she was peeking in from above the window judging by her voice and the possible angles involved. "Well, no offense, but you kinda suck at being stealthy," Ranma said as he started to lather his hair. "Seriously, my pop is way better at stalking than you, even while in panda form." Mizor frowned. Nobody had ever told her that she was a bad stalker before. She had always assumed that sheer persistence for her creepy fixations made up for poor sneaking. "What can I do to be better?" "Well, I'm not sure, but you've got a lot of issues with your approaches," Ranma noted as he washed out the lather. "For one thing, and this is just for starters, every time you get close, the air temperature drops a few degrees. That's a pretty big hint." "I see. What else?" As she kept Ranma talking, she fit the extended lens of a large camera into the open window, tilting it down to get the proper angle as she adjusted the zoom. Splat! Mizor frowned as a washcloth was thrown into her camera's lens, wrapping around the end and completely obscuring the view. "Second, you're going to need a pocket camera if you want to take good stalker pics," Ranma advised as he turned off the water. "I don't remember exactly what model Nebiki used, but it was a small digital thing." He stepped out of the shower and then wrapped a towel around his waist right before the wet cloth fell off the camera lens. "There's a technique to it, too. You have to take the picture quickly, usually without looking through the lens itself. Probably takes some practice." He swiped a comb through his hair a few times so that it looked merely messy rather than like a wet mop over his head, and then the martial artist waved toward the window as he walked out to the bedroom. "Anyway, give it some thought. See you later." The bathroom door closed, and Mizor's head slowly lowered itself down to the window, staring into the bathroom upside down. How does he know so much about stalking? She wondered aloud. Tsukune sometimes wondered about the future. Not the immediate future, concerning whether or not he was going to be eaten by a chimera by evening, but about the distant future, concerning his career and the path his life might take after completing his education. Currently, he was considering monster anthropology. Sometimes it was truly fascinating and on occasion, quite important to take note of the fundamental differences in monster and human societies. Many of these points were given even greater emphasis because the monsters were, ostensibly, supposed to be acting like humans, and the observations were really quite fascinating. Case in point, today he had learned that among monsters tarantulas basically replaced puppy dogs in the role of pets that doubled as major chip magnets. Ooh, look at his fuzzy wiggle abdomen, one girl cooed as she reached up atop Tsukune's head to scratch the aforementioned part. Every word tickled his ear with the warmth of her breath, and the human's face burned red. "He's adorable." "What's his name?" asked another girl who was resting her arms on Tsukune's shoulders as she stared up at the arachnid. I think this one was Ken." "Sure, let's go with that," Tsukune said as beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. There were two more of his female classmates standing on their tiptoes in front of him to better pet the spider on his head, both of them either unaware or uncaring that they were practically shoving their breasts into his face. "These aren't really my spiders, Ranma keeps them." Kurumu had briefly left him at the entrance of the cafeteria, having found that Mocha and Youkai hadn't arrived yet. The moment she was gone, the four girls appeared as if from ambush, apparently enraptured by the hairy creature squatting on his head. "What do you feed it?" asked the first girl, moving just close enough that one of her breasts brushed against Tsukune's arm. "Well, I guess I've just seen it eating roaches, mostly," Tsukune stuttered, wondering when his friends were going to hurry up and arrive. Not that he particularly wanted Mocha to see him with a bunch of strangers hanging off of him, but at the moment he was too terrified to so much as move a muscle and his body was cramping up. Again, Ranma is the one who takes care of them. "You know, I always thought about getting one of these, but the dorms don't allow pets." "Where do you keep him?" "ER. That's actually kind of a point of contention right now," Tsukune admitted, his eyes darting rapidly from side to side. "What do you mean?" one girl asked curiously. "Well, not everybody's a fan of huge, hairy, poisonous things crawling all over their bedrooms," Tsukune hedged, stopping just short of admitting that he was among them. "Are you serious? Who doesn't like spiders?" asked the first girl while tickling the arachnid's legs. "I dunno. Maybe they're allergic to the hair, or maybe the venom," another schoolgirl guessed while shrugging. Tsukune was saved from having to answer further questions when he saw the front door to the cafeteria open up to reveal a far more familiar group of schoolgirls. "Oh, Mocha. Hi. Sorry girls, I've got to go now. Excuse me." "Oh." The girls pouted as Tsukune managed to squeeze out from between them, rushing as fast as he could toward his friends without disturbing the creature on his head too much. "Hey, Who are those girls back there? Kurumu demanded as Tsukune reached them, his face flushed. I don't really know them. They were just funny over the spider, that's all, the human insisted. Moko looked mildly interested in the arachnid as she looked it over, and Tsukune noted with great interest that Youkai grimaced. Why do you have that thing on your head? The witch asked in annoyance. He kind of just ended up there, Tsukune said, and he hasn't moved in almost 20 minutes, so I guess he likes it up there. He's Ranma's. The young witch shook her head. Ugh. I can understand the utility of keeping and training such creatures, but you shouldn't wear them. Mocha turned to the young witch as they all moved to get in line for food. Do you not like spiders, Youkai? Kurumu snickered. I could see that. She's probably small enough that some of the bigger ones might mistake her for food. Hey, that's not true, Youkai said angrily. And what about you? Kurumu shrugged as she got a tray and started piling food onto it. What about me? I think it's adorable. You didn't think that the huge spider in the well was adorable, Youkai pointed out as she got her own meal. Kurumu's smirk turned into a frown. They're not cute anymore when they get that big. And when they're trying to kill you. Well, now you know how I feel, Youkai retorted, sticking her tongue out at the succubus and incidentally confirming Kurumu's earlier assumption to be true. I guess I don't understand what the big deal is, Mocha said as she carried her tray to a table, leading the others. Aren't there spiders all over outside? TCH. You really don't understand. Kurumu chided as she sat down across from the vampiress, making sure she got the seat closest to Tsukune. It's not about the spiders themselves. Training nice, obedient pets like this is proof of Tsukune's ability as a leader and a family man. She promptly nuzzled the boy's shoulder, idly petting the giant spider on its back. You'll be a great father for our children, right, Tsukune? Firm. Like I said, I didn't. The hapless human was interrupted as Youkai snorted. I fail to see how keeping a few filthy arthropods in line qualifies one as a father, Youkai deadpanned between mouthfuls. Mocha chuckled uncertainly. Well, I suppose it doesn't hurt, right? Tsukune mostly tried to tune out the girls as they started discussing the psychological indicators of spider husbandry in more detail. And as his eyes wandered the cafeteria he happened to notice a familiar face passing by behind him and heading to a table off in the corner. Hey, it's Kuma. Gamaroshi, over here. Tsukune called, seeing the hellhound and welcoming an easy chance to change the topic at hand. Kuma halted in his tracks, and he raised an eyebrow upon seeing some kid he vaguely remembered seeing before waving at him from a table. Not having anything better to do, he wandered closer to the boy and frowned at him. Do I know you? Of course you do. Remember? You threatened to beat me up for treating you like a dog once, Tsukune said, beckoning the shaggy-haired boy over. Kuma's brow furrowed as he walked right up behind Tsukune. That doesn't really narrow it down much. Tsukune turned back to the girls and gestured to the new arrival. Everyone, this is Kamaroshi Kuma. He's Ranma's partner in the fight club. Kuma's face darkened immediately. Oh, now I remember you. Sotome's friend. What do you want? He stared down at the top of Tsukune's head for a few seconds, and then poked the tarantula resting there. And what's with the creepy headgear? Please don't disturb him too much, Tsukune stuttered before turning to the girls. Let me introduce you. This is Akashi Imoka, Sendo Yukai, and Shishikuro Nakuromu. Say hi everyone. Nobody said hi, and Kuma shifted uncomfortably as 3 pairs of eyes silently judged him. What? Did you really attack Tsukune? Kuromu said warningly, holding her love's arm tighter as if to protect him. I was just gonna rough him up a little for treating me like a dog. I wasn't gonna injure him or anything, Kuma protested. Anyway, I'm gonna go. No. No. Have a seat, Tsukune said happily, pulling the hellhound down onto the bench next to him. Ranma will be here soon anyway. Kuma's bushy eyebrows twitched in annoyance. That's just swell. Tell us all about the fight club. What kind of stuff do you guys get into? Tsukune asked, hoping to strike up a lasting conversation with the boys. Truthfully, he still wasn't completely comfortable being surrounded by girls frequently, and his nervousness escalated considerably when the topic was how good a father or husband he would be. Kuma, for his part, was completely perplexed that someone would ask him to stick around just for conversation. At best he was rather apathetic company, and much more often he was pointlessly rude and defensive. What did Tsukune want with him? Look, if you want to know about Fight Club, just ask Saotome, alright? I don't want to be around when he gets here, the hellhound murmured. What's your problem with Ranma? Kuromu asked, inadvertently drawing Kuma into a topic of interest. What's my problem with him? My problem is that he's a self-absorbed, neurotic jackass. The hot-tempered monster growled, slamming his tray down onto the table and finally sitting down properly. Mocha's eyebrow arched, and she suddenly looked far more interested. Well, sure, but what did he do to you personally? Kuma bit off a chunk of ham from his plate, and then gulped it down as his fury rose. Well, for starters, that nitwit jumped me in the forest and beat me unconscious, and then tried to make me his pet. Yukai blinked in surprise. Really? He took you as a familiar? I said he jumped me and beat me unconscious. Kuma snarled, his eyes flaring crimson. In what world does that make me his servant? Yukai seemed to be unfazed by the hellhound's rage. Actually, that's a perfectly valid way of acquiring a servant in most monsters' cultures, and even some older human ones. In fact, I believe that hellhounds tend to, hey! Kuma shouted, slamming a fist into the table and causing the others except Yukai to wince. Whose side are you on, anyway? Well, I'm on Senpai's side, of course, Yukai deadpanned. If you ask me, It seems like all your hostility toward him is just simple envy and resentment because he's stronger than you. Wham! Kuma slammed his other fist onto the table as he stood up. What do you say, runt? He demanded through clenched teeth. Not that anything you said about him is wrong. Mocha pointed out, nodding rapidly. And really, what right does he have to run around subduing random students to make into familiars? Yeah, I'm right, aren't? Kuma immediately rounded on Mocha. Hey, I am not his familiar. Well, not a very good one, Kuromu mumbled, rolling her eyes. Most familiars have that nasty temper hammered out of them fairly early. Then again, I guess that's Ranma's fault for not keeping a tight leash on you. Stop treating me like a dog, Kuma shouted, rounding on the succubus as small flames puffed from his mouth. It's just an expression. Please, calm down. Tsukune begged as the fire blasted in front of him, agitating the giant spider still sitting atop his hair. Nobody's calling you a dog. But he is a dog, Youkai pointed out. Well, sure, but that doesn't mean you can treat me like some human world terrier. Kuma snapped, sitting back down as his rage returned to a slow boil. I come from a long line of mighty warrior hounds and honored guardians. I'm not going to let anyone treat me like a pet. Tsukune frowned. You know, if you just, well, followed the rules and didn't reveal your species, that wouldn't even be a problem. Nobody could tell that you're a hellhound if you didn't run around in monster form or tell people. Kuma's anger dissipated and he blinked. Twice. Then he put down his chopsticks and started rubbing his chin while staring at the ceiling. You know, I never thought of it that way. Is that why they have that stupid rule? No, they have it so that people will act human. Moron, Youkai snapped. But if you're going to get all worked up over people making fun of your species, then it's a nice unintended consequence, don't you think? Kuma snorted disdainfully at the young witch, but Tsukune turned toward her. You know, the same thing applies to you, Youkai. If people didn't know you were a witch, they wouldn't have an excuse to mistreat you all the time. Don't put me in the same category as the Hellnut. Youkai snapped, turning up her nose as she chomped on a sausage. I don't care about people's stupid prejudices. Besides, she tugged on the rim of her blonde hat. The hat stays. Is out them. How the hell should I know? I've only seen these people in stick figure form. Well, I know that the short stick figure drawing had a blondie hat, and the short one here has a blondie hat. I'm pretty sure 3 out of the 4 stick figures were girls, too, so those numbers match up. There are 2 guys. Oh. Nobody said anything about 2 guys. Guys are tougher than girls, you know. That's sexist. No, that's a biological fact. This next bit is sexist. Girls are also dumber than guys, so we should be able to catch them easily if we distract them with a shoe sale or something. The shaggy-haired enforcer remained quiet as his 3 compatriots continued arguing, and he scanned the room to gauge the scene. Most of the students in the cafeteria had noticed the enforcer squad arriving, and most of those that didn't had noticed them mumbling amongst themselves while in a loose huddle. The cafeteria was emptying rapidly as most of the student body guessed correctly that the student police squad hadn't come for breakfast. The group that his teammates were discussing were one of the few clusters of people that hadn't noticed them at all. "Fuck. This is pointless," the white-haired boy sighed before suddenly slapping one of the other enforcers in the arm to get his attention. "Hey, Saotome is pretty well known, right? Then why don't we just ask if those are his associates? We do have authority around here, you know." The tall, lanky enforcer raised an eyebrow. "Boy Scout over here's got a point. We're making this way harder than it needs to be. Let's go," the shortest boy said, his gloomy eyes narrowing as he started walking toward the table where their suspected targets were. "What? Wait. Where?" The so-called Boy Scout watched in confusion as his companions marched right up behind the group they were spying on and tapped the shorter boy of the group on the shoulder. Tsukune turned around, noticing that there were 4 people in black uniforms with enforcer bands on their sleeves. "Yes? Can I help you?" The largest of the enforcers stepped forward while cracking his knuckles. "Are you all associates of Ranma Saotome?" The shaggy-haired enforcer face palmed as all 5 targets immediately went on their guard, clearly aware that something was wrong. "I'm surrounded by idiots." Seeing that the newcomers were clearly spoiling for a fight, Tsukune glanced left and right, taking stock of their defenses. Kuruma had turned around on the bench to face the enforcers, and had then started filing her nails, which had grown to almost 6 inches in preparation for battle. On the other side of him, Kuma was glaring at the intruders in annoyance, and although he hadn't put down his chopsticks, Tsukune could see a thin line of smoke rising up from where he was holding the cheap wooden utensils. Youkai, likewise, seemed prepared for things to get ugly, and she was inspecting some of her razor-edged magic cards. Besides that, Ranma was going to be arriving sooner or later, which made the odds of survival very strong if they could stall long enough. "Ranma Saotome? Why? Is there something wrong?" the human finally responded, wondering if there was any quick path to get out of arm's reach of the enforcer in front of him. These sorts of encounters usually began with him being hauled up into the air by his shirt collar, and he only had 3 undamaged shirts left. "Just answer the question, meatbag," rasped the shortest enforcer. "You know him or not?" "Yes, we know him," Kuma growled, turning his head just enough to glare at the enforcers with one eye. "So what do you clowns want, anyway? We were kind of in the middle of a conversation, here. Okay, note to self, try to keep the hellhound from talking," Tsukune thought to himself. "I just hope his bark isn't worse than his bite." He hesitated for a second. Additional note to self, never speak that term aloud in Kuma's presence. "I don't really want to find out firsthand. What has Ranma done, And what does it have to do with us? Mocha demanded, her delicate features twisted into a frown. Chill your pretty pink head, bloodsucker, demanded the tall, lanky boy. We're asking the questions here. Okay. Tsukune mumbled. So, what else do you want to know? There was a long silence as the three enforcers stared blankly at their targets, broken only by a frustrated groan from a fourth enforcer standing behind them and trying to fight the urge to cry. Firm. Well, I guess the next question would be if any of you would mind coming with us to be imprisoned without charge, the lanky enforcer said uncertainly, feeling a bit confused. Well, I guess the next answer would be no, Kuromu said promptly, holding out a hand and admiring the lengthened nails. It's not exactly a choice, the short thug admitted. We're acting under the authority of the enforcers, here. Then why did you phrase it as one? Youkai deadpanned. Alright, I've had enough. The shaggy-haired boy suddenly shouted, causing the others to jump. He marched up to Tsukune and then planted his hands on his hips as he glared at the students they had been sent to subdue. Listen up, punks. I don't want to do this, but we have our orders to capture Saotome's friends to be used as hostages against him in a future arrest. For the sake of bringing him to justice, you will be coming with us, preferably without resisting, but we are authorized to subdue with force if necessary. Excuse me? Kuma suddenly said dangerously, his eyes narrowing as he stood up and glowered at the enforcers. Did you just see you were gonna capture Saotome's friends to use in some cowardly plan to off him? In the name of justice? Kuma's chopsticks burned to ashes in his grip as he stared balefully at the uniformed students, and they all shrank back slightly. Why yes, the white-haired boy said, trying to keep his voice steady before the intimidating hellhound. Gotcha. Then this has nothing to do with me, Kuma said suddenly as he picked up his tray from the tabletop. See you around, Paolo. Assuming you survive, of course. Tsukune blanched as he watched the larger boy walk past the enforcers. Hey, wait. Are you really gonna leave us like this? Kuma didn't look back as he replied. None of my business. If you want my advice, just let him take you. I seriously doubt a lame plan like that is going to work against Saotome anyway, and if you don't resist you might get to finish your breakfast later. As the enforcers turned back toward the group looking noticeably relieved, Tsukune did some grim calculations in his mind. Not only was Kuma probably the strongest of everyone here, but without his help they were left with Kuromu as the only remaining fighter of any significant power. He imagined Youkai could help out somehow, but he doubted she would last long in a brawl, and he and Moko were both just as helpless. He didn't want to surrender, especially since he knew it would put Ranma in danger, but how to get away? If only they had some kind of diversion. Youkai blinked as Tsukune suddenly reached over and grabbed one of the magic cards she had arrayed on the table. Sorry, I'm borrowing this, he said before he took out a pen and quickly scribbled something on it. Alright, that's enough kids, said the large enforcer as they advanced on their victims. Time to put up your hands and distraction. Tsukune yelled suddenly as he thrust the card out in front of him, causing the four thugs to stop in their tracks as they read what was on it. What? Seriously? This is your diversion tactic? The lanky boy said as he snorted. How is the word meow supposed to? His sentence was promptly cut short by a face full of angry spider as the tarantula on Tsukune's head leapt toward its new prey with a feral hiss, landing on the enforcer's face. The hell? Get it off. OW. The knife user howled as he flailed his arms, stumbling into the short boy and knocking them both onto the floor. Let's go. Run. Tsukune shouted as he dashed for the exit. The largest enforcer moved to grab him, but pain suddenly blossomed from his side as Kurumu darted in and slashed at his flank before kicking him hard in the ankle. The shaggy-haired boy was too stunned by the sudden chaos to react immediately, and was even more stunned when a metal wash bin suddenly fell onto his head from nowhere. Clang! Get off of me, moron! Yelled the short enforcer as he pushed the taller one off of himself, idly noting that the giant spider had jumped off the man's face after losing interest in the assault. They're getting away. After them. The shaggy-haired boy shouted as he rubbed his head. The spider. Did anyone see where that damn spider went? Growled the knife user, his face swollen and red from several fresh bites. Forget the spider, idiot. Get a move on. Demanded the largest of the group as he limped toward the exit, holding his side. This is the worst plan ever. Well, it seems like Phase 1 is right on schedule, thought Haruo as he strolled toward the main dorm complex, his hands in his pockets. With a bunch of helpless weaklings soon to be in the palms of his hands, it was time to move to Phase 2. Ranma had to be informed of his friend's plight and then summarily executed. Phase 3 mostly involved parties and hitting on the captured schoolgirls. But how to approach him, the gargoyle considered, stopping in a small, sparsely wooded space littered with picnic tables and spider webs. I don't really want to go up to his room himself. I still don't know exactly what room it is, and if I guess the right one, it might be full of spiders. He grimaced at the thought. He normally didn't care one way or the other about arachnids, but having one bite him in the face and another boss him around had generated quite a bit of antipathy for the creatures. Stupid, filthy, oversized mosquito eaters, Haruo grumbled before kicking a log attached to one of the larger webs, causing the entire thing to wobble and twitch. There was an egg-shaped cocoon about the size of a child attached to the web further up, but Haruo completely dismissed it as unimportant as he went back to scheming. I could go looking for him myself, but we might miss each other. Also, he might simply knock me out as soon as he sees me, before I get a chance to explain that he's not supposed to. He snapped his fingers. I know. I'll just force some random schmuck to find him and tell him to meet me here. Haruo started looking around the area, frowning as he saw that the entire region was curiously barren and utterly devoid of students. That's weird. It's almost time for classes to start, right? He didn't really know, as he hadn't been to class since he became an enforcer. Kuyo mandated that all enforcers receive passing marks by default in their classes so that they could go about maintaining order without distraction or conflict, but it seemed like exactly the time of day when the areas between the school building and the dorms should be getting the most foot traffic. He grimaced as he scanned left and right, and then he eventually spotted a large, solitary figure strolling to the main building in the distance, one hand in his pocket and a book bag slung over one shoulder. "Hey! You there! By the authority of the enforcers, I command you to halt." The rather large student stopped in his tracks at the command, and then turned to look at Haruo while wanting to himself. "Yes, you. Come here. I have a task that requires your attention," Haruo called, crossing his arms over his chest. The student shrugged and started jogging over to him. As he approached, Haruo noted with some unease that he recognized this particular student. Chaparaichi? Damn. Another troublemaker that has yet to be put in his place. Haruo seethed. Chopper held no particular grudges against the enforcers, but was known to be a brawler who fought the strongest monsters he could find simply to prove himself in combat. It was also known that he was currently aiming to fight and defeat Kuyo himself, the leader of the enforcers and one of the most powerful monsters at Youkai Academy. This could be tough. Raichi isn't going to be easily intimidated, and I don't think I'd last 30 seconds against him. Maybe I'd better find someone else. He cleared his throat as the wrestler finally stopped within spitting distance of the enforcer. "Yo, what you want?" Chopper asked, running a hand over his greased hair with his free hand. "I was just wondering why there were so few students on their way to class," Haruo said, clasping his hands behind his back. "Mass truancy leads to widespread delinquency. It's unacceptable for the students to be so lax," he declared imperiously. "They're not skipping. They're taking a different route after all the attacks that have been happening recently," Chopper explained, shrugging his massive shoulders. Haruo blinked. "Attacks? What?" "They say a huge spider's been attacking people around this area. Nobody knows if it's a student or an overgrown beast or what, but most people avoid this path now. I can take care of myself, so I don't care." Then he frowned. "Wait, so you haven't heard about any of this? Shouldn't the enforcers be taking care of this sort of thing? The enforcers will move out when it has been deemed necessary to do so." Haruo snapped. "Obviously, this is no real threat, or we would have already mobilized." Chopper looked doubtful. "Well, okay, but I still think you should have known about it, at least. Anyway, since there's nobody else around, I require a favor of you, Raichi," Haruo said, making sure his tone wasn't too condescending. "Do you think you could locate Ranma Saotome within short order?" "Saotome? Yeah, Sure. Why? The troll asked. I need you to inform him that his friends are in danger, and he needs to see me immediately. Haruo continued, his mouth curling into a smirk. I will wait here for him. After you retrieve him, you may go about your business. Ooh, that does sound important. All right, Chopper agreed, turning around and jogging back toward the dorms. Then he slid to a stop and glanced over his shoulder, raising an eyebrow. So, you gonna be okay here on your own? You think you can beat the spider by yourself? Why is it always spiders? Haruo mumbled as he rolled his eyes. I'll be fine. You just do your job, alright? Chopper didn't look convinced, but continued on his way anyhow. Alright, if you're sure. Just watch the stinger, man. Looks nasty. Haruo's brow furrowed as he watched the wrestler dash off into the distance, puzzling over his words. A stinger? What? What is he? He glanced over his shoulder. Enormous-sized thick legs scuttled across the ground with mind-boggling stealth, carrying a massive body sheathed in a rock-hard carapace of mottled gray chitin. Gleaming black orbs like spheres of ebony decorated the creature's head, and Haruo could see his face paling in the reflection cast within them as a pair of dripping, pincer-like fangs lunged for him. Whoa! The enforcer took to the air without hesitation, trying to jump far enough to release his wings and fly away. But while he managed to dodge the massive spider's mandibles, he ended up getting rammed by its head and crashed to the ground several meters away. What is this? How the hell does something that big sneak up on people? Haruo cried as he shifted to Gargoyle's form without delay, his form growing substantially as his smooth human flesh was replaced by a tough, granite-rough hide and pair of large, bat-like wings sprouted from his back. The gigantic spider stalked forward carefully, not getting too close as its prey scrambled to its feet. After a few seconds of sizing up its newfound food, the enormous arachnid started to walk sideways to circle around the gargoyle, effectively blocking off the clearest path to the safety of the school buildings. Haruo, being a flyer, didn't care. Screw this. I'm outta here, he declared, leaping upward with all his might and flapping his mighty wings. His arachnoid foe seemed to have an appropriate response, and the enforcer's eyes widened as the spider spat a thick wad of pearly film that spread apart in the air to become a net too wide for him to avoid. Gaiak! Hey! Haruo shouted as the sticky netting wrapped around him, and he quickly found that flapping his wings was becoming increasingly harder as the threads stuck to each other and got tangled. No. Wham! Haruo grunted painfully as he made an unwilling landing, hitting the ground with his arm and then rolling haphazardly across the ground and through the dry, leafless foliage that made up most of the terrain surrounding Youkai Academy. On the plus side, the relatively thin airborne webbing mostly tore itself apart in the impact, and Haruo managed to rip his arms and legs free with ease as he got to his feet, although his wings were still gummed up good. Damn it, I've got to get away. Haruo growled as he glanced behind him, gauging how much distance he had put between him and the gigantic spider. He failed to ascertain that information because the gigantic spider wasn't behind him. Huh? Where'd it go? Haruo asked, glancing around and failing to spot the beast. He had managed to get some distance away before he had been hit, but had been moving away from the main path rather than toward it. As a result, he had landed deeper into the sparse and mostly dead forest land. What? Did it give up? The gargoyle asked nervously, spinning around and around to try and keep himself aware of all sides at all times. However, no matter how much he searched around him, he couldn't see anything except dead trees, sheets of spider webbing, and a few rock outcroppings. Haruo froze, and his blood ran cold as he stared at the numerous piles of large, granite boulders. Some of them were partially buried, some of them were stacked together like someone had been playing with them, and a few had been reduced to grey rubble, but every one of them could conceivably hide his alarmingly stealthy predator. He remained absolutely still for a long time, the seconds stretching into minutes, before a barely perceptible scratching noise made him spin around wildly. Several dry leaves bounced over the surface of a mass of granite, being blown by the cool morning wind. There wasn't so much as a twitch among the boulders themselves. Oh. Haruo whirled about once more, his eyes glancing back and forth frantically as he checked each outcropping against his sketchy memory, trying to determine if any of them were closer than they used to be. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! His mental mantra repeated over and over as his heart thundered in his ears, which only made him more nervous as he considered that his panic might cause him to miss any sounds of his unexpected foe. My wings! If I can free my wings, well, honestly all it would really do is force the spider to reveal its location in order to immobilize him again. But Haruo figured it was better than standing shock still in the forest until he died of a heart attack. Grunting painfully, he bent over as he stretched his wings over his head, the muscles in his back cramping painfully in the uncomfortable position as tried to scrape away the webbing with his claws. SKDCH. SKDCH. Gyuai. Haruo screamed as he heard a louder scratching noise from somewhere around him, and promptly fell over forward, twisting his body on the ground to glance around himself with wide, panicked eyes. That was way too loud to be the wind. I know you're out there. Stop messing with me already. The gargoyle demanded fiercely even as his body shivered from fear. Only silence greeted his demands, and another gust of wind blowing through the area stuck a few leaves onto his wings, still wrapped as they were in gluey webbing. Sniffle. A teardrop ran down the side of Haruo's rough, gritty cheek as the last of his resolve crumbled, and he at last stooped to the very last resort available to one of the mighty Youkai enforcers. Somebody. Anybody. Help. Mocha, quick. Did we lose them yet? Tsukune asked as he dashed around a corner, barely avoiding a random student as he moved back into a full sprint. Youkai was running alongside him, the 14-year-old panting pathetically as she tried to keep up with the others. Mocha and Kurumu, being far more athletically inclined, were already several meters ahead, and Tsukune suspected that the only reason they hadn't left them and the pursuers in the dust was so that he and Youkai wouldn't be caught alone. Mocha glanced behind her briefly, and though she couldn't see the four enforcers who were chasing them, she could hear the shouts and complaints of the numerous students filing into their classrooms as the four imbeciles barreled through them. "We haven't lost them yet. Tsukune, what should we do?" Mocha asked, glancing around for anything that could help. "Let's duck into a classroom. Those idiots will pass us right by," Kurumu suggested as she dodged to the side, almost smashing into Miss Nakonum. "Not a chance. The hall is full of people to tell them where we went. We'll be trapped," retorted Youkai. "Then we'd have to get outside," Tsukune decided. "Maybe we can outmaneuver them." After rounding another corner, Tsukune shouted, "Where's the nearest exit? Hurry!" A few students nearby seemed startled and confused as the four fleeing teenagers skidded to a stop, and for a few seconds nobody said anything. "It's right over there," said the hollow, wizened voice that immediately sent chills down Tsukune's spine. He slowly turned toward the speaker, and then saw that Professor Richard was pointing nonchalantly toward a rather inconspicuous door next to the stairwell. "Island. Is that really the way out?" Tsukune asked, understandably suspicious. "Yes," Richard confirmed. "However, there's a problem with the door. It seems someone covered it with impenetrable ice." Kurumu raised an eyebrow. "It looks fine to me." Richard turned sharply toward the doorway in question, and his eyes narrowed. "You're right. SSSSH&K." A beam of luminescent blue burst from Richard's hand, and the four fugitives gaped as the exit was covered with a sheet of thick, nigh impenetrable ice. "There. All better. Why did you do that?" Mocha cried, turning back toward the warlock with everyone else. "We're trapped." "What? Was that your only viable escape route?" Richard asked, his eyebrows rising hopefully. "Yes. Those enforcer goons will be here any second," Tsukune explained angrily. "And do they intend to do you harm?" Richard asked, clasping his hands together in joy. "Yes. Who knows what kind of damage those idiots will cause?" Youkai shouted. "Is there a chance that innocents might be caught in the crossfire?" Richard asked gleefully, rubbing his hands together as he practically bounced from foot to foot. Nobody bothered to answer him this time, and Tsukune massaged his forehead as he grimaced. "Okay. We need a new plan. Hope that plan involves unconditional surrender, punk. Otherwise you're coming with us with a few new breathing holes stabbed in you." As Richard backed away and many of the surrounding student body rushed out of the area or into the nearby classrooms for cover, Tsukune and the others were completely unsurprised to see the four enforcers slowing to a walk as they turned the last corner. "All right, enough messing around," shouted the tall, lanky goon as his form began to glow. In the interest of keeping the peace, enforcers are permitted to reveal their monster forms in order to exact justice. You're in for it now. As the light covered him entirely, the boy's head swelled up to absurd proportions, and bits of hair stuck out from his sleeves and from under his pants legs. When it faded, his entire head had been replaced by a large pumpkin with a face cut into it, complete with the glowing lights in the eyes that leered out at its prey. The boy with shaggy hair shifted more completely, falling over onto all fours. His hair covered every inch of his body and great feathered wings burst out of his back. Bony spikes shot out of the sides of his head and curled into the shape of a ram's horns even as a crescent moon appeared on his forehead. After the light subsided, he resembled a strange white dog with ram's horns and wings. The large enforcer, who was panting from the effort of keeping up with the others, simply seemed to grow bigger, and his wrinkled skin morphed into tough bark as muscled limbs became thick, sturdy segments of tree trunks. His face grew more boxy and solid as it turned into what appeared to be a crude mouth and eyes carved into a block of wood, and a single leaf grew out of the back of his head like a ponytail. The small enforcer underwent the most radical transformation, his body seeming to collapse completely within a murky black fog and then assemble itself from glowing shards of matter. It was hard to make any sense of what little they could see of the process, but by the end of it the boy had clearly become some sort of man-sized dragon creature, or at least the skeletal remains of one. Twin red orbs shimmered brightly from within the creature's bleached skull, and short, useless bone wings stuck out from its spine. Enforcers started the pumpkin-headed lantern as twin daggers slid out of his sleeves. Attack! Hi everyone! It's that time again! And we have so much to do this time, too. Miss Nakonom said cheerfully as she bounced happily to one side of a large chalkboard. Today we're going to discuss netherworld monsters. The Nakonom pointed to a chalk drawing of Earth which had a large slash under it, which separated it from a large circle with a skull symbol in the middle. Netherworld creatures are somewhat rare in Youkai Academy. This is not because there's any shortage of them in general, but rather because they have their own world and don't have to exist with humans if they don't want to. Shizuka said, nodding seriously. Because the netherworld is a separate dimension where only departed spirits and a few unlucky plot-centric humans end up, attitudes toward humans are very different there. Humans are considered more of a casual curiosity rather than a threat, and generally they find themselves treated just the same as the monsters. Of course, this still means they're quite likely to find themselves ripped apart and eaten, but only because of the natural order of the food chain rather than stubborn racism. Shizuka tapped the picture of Earth. The netherworld monsters that end up on Earth are usually only the weakest individuals of their kind, or sometimes the family of a monster whose company ended up relocating him to Earth. Apple in particular seems to be moving a lot of their personnel from the dark, slimy hell pits from which they spawned. In either case, The monsters end up having to assimilate like all the native creatures. Miss Nakama moved on to the next series of drawings, each of one vaguely resembling an enforcer's monster form. The pumpkin-headed kid is a lantern-type monster, which are known for their wizardry with knives. The skeleton is a zombie dragon, whose usual breath weapon has been replaced by a corrosive mist that weakens its victims. The flying dog is a holy dragon, mostly known for actually not being evil. It's really rare in the netherworld, but also having several magical powers. And finally, the wood guy is a tree golem, most well known for not being able to run very fast. And also, I guess he's really strong or something. That doesn't really get a lot of streets heard around here. She shrugged. Such monsters make excellent minion material, as they come from a world where haphazard violence and physical dominance is equivalent to the law. Most of them find even the small aspects of civilization in Earth's monster realm, such as a healthy respect for immortality and a wide selection of evil masters to choose from, a welcome boon from the chaotic drudgery of the netherworld. And if they don't, who cares? Not me. Shizuka waved happily. That's all for now. See you next time. Wait, you guys. Ha! The tree golem gasped as he very nearly collapsed where he stood. Out of tough breath. Give me a second. Tough. To photosynthesize a bit. We're inside. Numbness. There's no sunlight. Snapped the zombie dragon. The lantern de-escaped as he flipped his switchblade around his fingers, the blade making wide silvery arcs in the air. Whatever. Just park your wooden ass there and keep them from escaping, would ya? The pumpkin-headed monster demanded. And for all hell's sake, go jogging once in a while or something. I've seen zombies that can keep a sprint longer than you. The holy dragon snorted as he floated above the ground, his great white wings flapping majestically. I'm sorry that it had to come to this, but if you surrender, then I can promise you won't be harmed. Tsukune grit his teeth as he glanced behind him, and noted that Kurumu and Youkai looked ready to fight. But even assuming that either of them were a match for any one of the enforcers opposing them, the human boy happened to glance over to where Richard was sitting on a fold-out chair with a small bag of popcorn. He had no idea how the warlock was eating, what with that towel over his mouth. Oh, and suddenly he got an idea. Alright. I guess we had no choice. Tsukune sighed, his shoulders slumping. What? We're giving up? Kurumu asked, surprised. But we didn't even do anything. Why should we have to go with them? I know that there's supposed to be the law around here, but that doesn't give them the right to do something as dirty and underhand as this. Youkai growled. Mocha, as usual, seemed intent on calming conflict, and gently came in on Tsukune's side. It's alright, you guys, we don't have any options. We can't win, but She seemed to hesitate, and her mouth twisted into a frown at the reluctance of her next words. I'm sure Ranma will come through for us. The holy dragon breathed a sigh of relief as he realized that there would be no violence. You are making a wise decision. So, there's not going to be a fight? Asked Richard, bits of popcorn falling from between his fingers as his hand froze on the way up to his mouth. Tsukune shook his head with exaggerated regret. No, I suppose not. We don't stand a chance against 4 of these guys. Against 3? Maybe, considering that the big one can barely move. But the holy dragon's eyes widened as he saw the science teacher suddenly thrust a palm in his direction, eldritch energies being summoned from beyond the veil to wrap around the warlock's ancient fingers. Hey! Wait! Stop! I'm BWAM. A black beam of pure destruction manifest surged toward the holy dragon, and both the zombie dragon and the lantern leapt clear as their doomed companion's body was shadowed spectacularly before the mighty river of darkness. I never got to see Paris. The holy dragon cried before his body crumbled away, disintegrating into the air before the onslaught of power. Fantastic. Tsukune, you're a genius. Kuromu gushed happily as her morale surged, and her wings and tail sprouted immediately in preparation for violence. We have a fighting chance, now. Tsukune stared wide-eyed at the black streak on the floor, which was all that remained of what was once a living, breathing, relatively intelligent creature. I just got that person killed, he mumbled as the understanding at what he had just done overwhelmed him. I know. I hate to admit it, but I'm actually impressed. Hell no. Youkai shouted as she drew her wand and jabbed it at a supply closet. You just might be fit to lick Ranma's shoes clean after all. At the gesture, the locker burst open and several brooms, mops, and buckets all flew through the air before plowing into the skeletal dragon, who had already gotten to his feet and was preparing to charge. Ow! Hey! Quit it! The undead beast snarled as it swung its head left and right, trying to batter its way through the tools as it pushed forward. You think we'll let you get away with killing Lotz's face? The lantern demanded as he flipped to his feet, hurling a knife at the shell-shocked Tsukune. Clang! Kuromu swatted the blade out of the air with her claws before she darted toward the pumpkin-headed fighter. No, but I'm pretty sure Professor Richard will. Another slash of her claws was deftly blocked by the lantern, although the knife fighter hopped back warily to get some space. He's dead. Because of me. Tsukune mumbled, rubbing his head as his eyes stared into space. Mocha gently took him by the shoulders and shook him a bit, but his body just wobbled back and forth like it was made of rubber. Clack! God damn it! The zombie dragon cursed as one of the brooms slipped between his ribs at an angle, wedging against his spine and sticking out right in the way of his leg. You won't get away with that, brat. Take a card. Any card. Youkai said mockingly as she fanned out several large tarot cards in one hand before hurling them like shuriken toward her chosen opponent. Thunk. 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 Queru. A howl of pain came from the undead beast's dusty throat as the razor-edged projectile struck his head, each one solidly embedding itself in the bone of his skull. Twang! Scritch! The lantern's switchblades lashed forward like lightning, but Kuromu's long, blade nails parried every attack, her greater strength and speed allowing her to hold out against the enforcer's weapons. Clank! A particularly strong swipe managed to slice into the lantern's hand, and as he yelped and dropped one of his weapons, Kuromu lined up a kick straight between his legs. Chuff! The succubus blinked when her foot sunk rather deeply into the lantern's groin without meeting any hard resistance or eliciting the expected scream of agony. He was by far the most reasonable of the monsters, too. Tsukune groaned, completely oblivious to Mocha as she shook him harder. The lantern's leering mouth grinned wider at Kuromu's expression of surprise. Fa! When I'm in this form, my junk is just straw. You can't hurt me that way. Fa fa hskrak. The pumpkin-headed enforcer screamed in agony as Kuromu slashed across his face, carving deep gouges into the gourd that substituted for his flesh. As the lantern fell to the floor in a writhing heap, Kuromu turned to the other active enemy, who was still thrashing about wildly as cleaning equipment battered him from the air. Snap! The zombie dragon snarled as the broom in his ribs finally broke apart and tumbled out of him, and then he crashed through the tail and broom that was blocking his way to Youkai, his eyes flaring a brilliant, angry red. He shot. Kuromu's wings flapped mightily as she intercepted the dragon with a flying kick, smashing the undead beast to the side and snapping off one of its clawed forearms from the impact. I know I didn't do it myself, but for me too. Tsukune trailed off as his head swung to and fro painfully, and he finally turned his attention to Mocha. Mocha, what is it? I'm trying to have an emotional breakdown here. Well, I really think we should be looking for another escape route, Mocha insisted. We need to get away, fast. Tsukune took a second to bury his coat, and then glanced over to where Youkai had just managed to fit a large bucket onto the zombie dragon's head while Kuromu slashed and kicked wildly at the hapless pile of bones. Why? It looks like we're winning, Tsukune admitted, glancing over to where the lantern was twitching on the ground while teardrops leaked from its massive eye holes. Actually, we've almost won already. What's the problem? Mocha gulped and plonked further down the hall. I think the tree man finally caught his breath. Tsukune flinched as he turned away from the lantern, and he paled as he watched the massive wood golem approach, its features stern and angry. The term is tree person, you ignorant tramp. What is this, 1984? The golem demanded as he stomped down the hall, his massive hands balled into fists the size of beach balls. Although, since you asked, I am actually a male. We didn't ask. Kuromu snapped as she dashed away from the zombie dragon and toward the new target, slashing wide for the golem's midsection. Thanks to her speed the attack struck perfectly, but Kuromu was surprised as her nails barely managed to dig through the surface of the wood golem's bark-like skin, and then got stuck before she could draw them back. Hey! What gives? The succubus complained as the wood golem seized her arm and hefted her up. I've cut through trees easily before. Yeah, the specimens out here are pretty weedy, the golem said conversationally as he pulled his free arm back. Whump! Kuromu gasped as the wind was driven out of her stomach from the golem's punch, and she quickly used her own free hand to slash at the arm holding her on. The wood golem seemed to ignore the attack completely as he reared his fist back again. The sunlight around here is so poor, you know. I can't even go power walking without running out of breath. It's no wonder the normal plant life is so brittle. He drove a second punch into his victim's stomach as he let go of her arm, sending the buxom temptress sailing across the length of the hall before she slammed into the maintenance locker that Youkai had emptied earlier. Thunk! 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 The wood golem winced as he felt several of Yukai's razor-edged tarot cards embed themselves into his arm, and he turned slightly to regard the young witch as he flexed his fingers meaningfully. "Ha! Gotcha!" Yukai cheered as she aimed her wand at the wooden giant. "I can see a chimney in your future, 'cause you're going up in smoke." Whoosh! The golem's eyes widened as the cards burst into flames, and he yelped as he waved his arms around to try and put out the fire. Yukai looked victorious for a few seconds until she heard the sound of metal hitting the floor tiles, and she turned around just as the zombie dragon opened its jaws in her direction, now free of the bucket that had restrained it. Black mist vomited forth from the dragon's bleached jaws, and Yukai coughed violently as she backed away from the nauseating cloud, eventually backing into a wall. WSST. Thunk. 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 The young witch gulped as 3 daggers flew through the air and struck close to her arms and between her legs, pinning her sleeves and skirt to the wall behind her. "You're lucky we need you little punks alive for the plan to work." The lantern snapped as he toyed with another knife in one hand while the other tenderly felt the deep scars in his face. "Otherwise I'd chop you into little bits and bones there would chew you into. Fertilizer." Then he jabbed a thumb at the wood golem, who was busy pulling out his arm, which we would then feed to numbnuts over here to get him to shut up about the lack of selection in the cafeteria. "I simply feel that there should be a sedimentary meal option, that's all," the golem complained as he reduced the flames to a few wisps of smoke at last. "Now let's hurry up and capture them. Haruo could return with Saotome at any moment." "Well, that went south real quick," Tsukune mumbled under his breath as he and Mocha stepped back fearfully. "Gotta think. What tools do we have left?" Granted, all their enemies were injured and he was pretty sure that Kuromu would be good to fight some more once she shook off her dizziness from the last attack, but he still needed some way to stall them. "Tsukune, what are we going to do?" Mocha asked, gripping the human boy's shoulder tightly. "I don't think Ranma will get here in time." Suddenly Tsukune stood in front of Mocha and spread his arms out, facing the lantern with a smirk on his face. "Don't worry, Mocha. That jackass lantern can't hurt me." You know what kind of monster I am. The moment his knives touch me, he's done for. The human said haughtily, using every shred of his will to keep his voice from cracking. Please let them be stupid enough to fall for this now that the sensible one is gone. Ah, of course. You have them now, Mocha said, stuttering only a bit at the rather desperate plan. All three of the enforcers stopped dead at the declaration, and the pumpkin-headed enforcer recoiled. What? Seriously? You're strong against knives? Damn it. The tree golem frowned as the zombie dragon came up behind him. I don't even think that makes sense. I think he's bluffing. No, think about it. The lantern said as he backed away from Tsukune fearfully. You know how some fire elementals just get stronger when you hit them with a fire attack, right? I'll bet he's like that. A vein popped up on the zombie dragon's head. Knives aren't an element, idiot. Technically, neither is fire. Youkai called out suddenly. Fire is the resulting energy loss of a chemical reaction, not an element in and of itself. You keep out of this, you little. The undead dragon glanced over at Youkai, and it started in surprise as it saw Tsukune and Mocha creeping closer to the witch to try and free her. Hey! Stop them! I can't. My knives will only heal him. The lantern lamented, staring down at his dagger and switchblade with regret. Dog, for Willow's sake. The wood golem, which was too slow and too far away to stop the pair himself, suddenly grabbed the zombie dragon next to him and hefted it over his head. Ancient netherworld strategic technique. Ally toss. Hey 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 hey. The undead dragon yelped as he was suddenly thrown bodily down the hall, and he screamed as he smashed into pieces against Mocha's back, who then crushed Tsukune into the wall next to Youkai. The lantern winced before he looked up at the wood golem. You do know that monsters can't use that technique, right? You just threw him like a missile. Oops. Sorry. The plant creature shouted. When Andifa regains some kind of mobility, I swear to Vishnu I'm gonna chew your roots off. The zombie dragon's head snarled as it thrashed around helplessly right under Youkai. Ugh. Whoa. Tsukune groaned as he rolled over onto his back, seeing that Mocha was stumbling to her feet. Mocha, are you okay? He mumbled as his hand tightened around something cold and metallic. Mocha, for her part, looked absolutely shocked as she stared down at her chest. Tsukune couldn't imagine why, as she didn't seem to be injured. The Rosario. It came off. Mocha whispered, her body trembling slightly as her hair started to sway in some invisible wind. Tsukune blinked, and then he realized that the Rosario was what he currently clutched in his hand. He had tried to take Mocha around the shoulders when she had crashed into him in order to stabilize them both, but had apparently ended up taking hold of the bejeweled accessory instead. Sorry about that, Mocha, but we can worry about your jewelry later, Tsukune said as he pushed himself up off the ground. We need to get Yuka. Suddenly a veritable explosion of power burst from Mocha's body, and Tsukune was slammed back into the wall by the shock wave as a column of blinding light encompassed the vampiress. All right. All right. Here. Tag the Rosario back. Tsukune said desperately, covering his face from the waves of force. I'll fix it. I'll fix your color. I swear. Just calm down. Alas, Tsukune's words were useless as power flooded into Mocha, and the vampiress's stature grew slightly as her fangs lengthened and her hair shifted from a shining pink to a brilliant silver. When the light finally abated, Mocha, or at least, the vampiress standing where Mocha had been just moments ago, calmly raised her arms and stretched, her mouth curling into a smile as her shoulders popped. It's been a while since I've been out, Mocha said, her voice richer and deeper than before. And just in time, too. I don't think I would have been able to live with the shame of actually being captured by these peons, even if it was my alter ego in control at the time. The others simply stared in silence, each of them either gaping in shock or simply confused. Momoka, is that you? Or did I hit my head when I fell? Kuromu asked as she pulled herself to her feet. What happened? Mocha? Tsukune asked timidly as he stood up. Then he glanced at the rosario in his hands. Does this have something to do with the rosario? Well, it seems the bimbo is right. You are a genius. Mocha deadpanned as she rolled her eyes, ignoring the indignant cry from Kuromu that followed. Her eyes happened to rest on the dragon skull at Yukai's feet, and she nudged it over in front of her with her foot. I don't get it. What's with this new broad? The wood golem asked, seemingly unimpressed with the earlier light show. Man, you are just all over the map with the political correctness, aren't you? The lantern mumbled. Anyway, I don't know why she just gained an inch of fang and a cup size, but as long as Saotome's still willing to risk his neck to save her, I don't care. Let's wrap them up, eh? Mocha snorted, her eyes narrowing dangerously. As if I would suffer that big-tailed nuisance to rescue me. And from the likes of you. Learn your place. With a kick that came far too quickly for either of the still active enforcers to deal with, the new, angrier Mocha sent the dragon skull flying through the air like a rocket. Wham! The lantern was flung backward as the sentient hunk of bone slammed into him, carrying him down the hall until he reached the corner and came to rest none too gently against the wall. Crack! The wall splintered as the knife user's body was crushed against it, and the pumpkin-headed enforcer entered blissful unconsciousness as nearly every straw in his body broke. Thud! The skull fell onto the floor a moment later, largely unharmed. Wow! I never realized before, but you are really soft in that form. I mean, like, pillow soft, the zombie dragon said to the obviously insensate Thug. The wood golem set his jaw as he turned back toward the vampiress. So you're good at football. It'll take more than that to take me down, doll. Of course, Mocha mumbled conversationally as she dashed forward, her form blurring from the sheer speed as she ducked into a low-foot sweep that sent the golem flying onto his face. You don't break wood with a ball. Stepping up next to the struggling golem, she suddenly raised one leg up high into the air as she smirked viciously. You use an axe. Crack. The axe kick that followed caused the floor to shake as the tiles around the wood golem practically exploded from the force, and Tsukune flinched as the wooden enforcer yelped in agony before slowly sinking into unconsciousness. HMPH. I'm a bit disappointed that they couldn't last longer than that. If they really gave you so much trouble, Mocha said snidely as she stared down at the fallen golem. I know, right? Richard said suddenly, coming up behind the vampiress. I'll bet they hadn't even hit level 10 yet, and no one was killed in the crossfire. Mocha slowly turned to face the warlock, her expression decidedly nonplussed. What? Richard asked. Is there some popcorn on my towel? Thwack! A lightning-fast roundhouse smashed the warlock's head right off of his shoulders, and Tsukune's eyes widened as it crashed through one of the high windows and went flying off into the distance outside. Richard's body wobbled for a few seconds as Mocha righted herself, and then its hands began moving in strange and deliberate patterns that thankfully did not end up summoning any harmful eldritch energies. What's wrong with him now? Mocha demanded, planting her hands on her hips as she glared at the beheaded wizard. That's sign language, Youkai explained as Tsukune freed her from the wall. He says that was uncalled for. I'd like to note that I disagree with that, actually, Kurumu said, though she was still eyeing this new Mocha suspiciously. Richard's body continued signing with its hands, and Youkai cleared her throat. Now he's saying that if you're going to be doing high kicks in a uniform skirt, then you should wear gym shorts or something. He got quite an eyeful before his eyes left with the rest of his sensory organs. Then Yukai's face turned serious. And I'd like to note that I disagree with that. Not that it isn't great to see Professor Richard dismembered again, Tsukune said as he stepped in front of Youkai and Kurumu. But don't you think you owe us an explanation, Mocha? The vampiress raised an eyebrow. Me? Oh, you? I just saved your skins and you think to interrogate me. Tsukune gulped nervously, and he saw with some concern that Kurumu was edging closer to him in fear. Youkai didn't seem the least bit put off. Oh. Well, as happy as we are that this all worked out okay, where did Mocha go? Tsukune asked, fighting to keep his voice steady. Where did you come from? What exactly happened? Mocha cut him off with a loud snort. You may question my lesser self when she reasserts herself. As for me, I have one more thing I have to do here before I'm submerged once more. Her lips stretched into a wide grin, her fangs gleaming. Saotome comes. I've been waiting for this moment. Ranma frowned deeply as he followed Chopper down the main path to the school building, wishing that the wrestler would hurry his pace a bit since they were in a rush. Look, can't you just point me in the right direction? I'll go on ahead and find him myself. the martial artist asked, walking next to the giant. Despite barely matching Ranma's walking speed, Chopper was jogging at a good clip himself, and cast the human an annoyed glance. "Hey, this is as fast as I go. I ain't no sprinter, I noticed. Which is why I'd really prefer to go down ahead before that blockhead gets himself eaten," Ranma groused. "Don't worry about it so much, man. When I left he didn't seem that worried about the huge bug at all," Chopper reassured the big-tailed boy. "Anyway, they might have moved around a bit while fighting. If I don't take you to the right spot, then you could pass them right by without knowing." Ranma groaned, but stopped arguing as he continued letting the troll eat him. So there had really been attacks on students on this path, and nobody's done anything about it. Chopper shrugged. "Attacks on students aren't exactly big news around here. But I'm still kinda surprised you didn't hear anything about it. Don't you come to the school this way? Usually I go with Tsukune, and he's been taking me across the sports field that last few days," Ranma mumbled. "I guess now I know why. Ah, here we are. And just like I thought, they're not here," Chopper said as he turned off the path into a webbing-strewn clearing, planting his fists on his hips. "Couldn't have gone far. Well, unless the spider won and dragged the gargoyle off somewhere to eat him." Ranma walked up to one of the webs, inspecting a fairly large, egg-shaped cocoon with suspicion. Kicking a decently sharp rock up off the ground and catching it out of the air, he immediately went about sawing through the glistening threads. Chopper walked up behind the big-tailed boy curiously, and he raised an eyebrow as more and more of the webbing fell away. "Was it an egg?" Ranma grimaced as he revealed a rather ornate and rather huge egg lined with intricate gold designs across its pearly shell, making it look more like a massive antique stone carving rather than a vessel for a living thing. He knew better though, and Ranma took a step back before he struck the vessel with a sharp kick. Crack! The shell promptly burst apart into pieces, and the two burly fighters watched as a small body rolled out of the egg and tumbled onto the ground, gasping desperately for air. "What? HH. I'm free," Saffron asked, his eyes swirling dizzily as he swayed back and forth on his knees. "Hey Saffron, you okay?" Ranma mumbled, obviously not very interested in the Phoenix King's health as he glanced around at the surrounding forestland. "Yes, I believe so," Saffron mumbled as he stood up shockily. "How long have I been trapped there? It's been so long, I completely lost track of time." Chopper shrugged. "Dunno. What day were you captured?" Saffron looked up sharply. "I wasn't captured, dolt. I was eaten. Several times. And then wrapped up so that I couldn't get free of my divine carapace." "He means his egg," Ranma whispered to the larger boy, who nodded seriously. "And then I was eaten again. Oh, I think twice more before." Ranma suddenly interrupted the immortal phoenix by rapping the youth on the head lightly. "Yeah, okay, great, you're free. I don't suppose you saw or maybe heard some sort of fight going on around here, did you? I'm trying to find a gargoyle that was around here. Saffron blinked, clearly surprised. Wait, you didn't come here to rescue me? Ranma's sweat dropped. No. How would I even know you were gone? A cold breeze blew through the air as silence reigned for a few precious seconds. I forgot. Nobody would even care if I went missing around here, Saffron thought, his face darkening as he slumped to his hands and knees. So, anyway, did you hear anything or didn't you? This could be important, Ranma demanded, causing the phoenix to flinch. Still looking incredibly depressed, Saffron wandered deeper into the forest. I believe I heard some pathetic screams for help coming from that direction, he said gloomily. Got it. Thanks, Ranma said, dashing off immediately. Chopper scratched his chin as he stared at the young phoenix moping on the ground in front of him. So, you gonna be okay, little guy? Saffron mumbled weakly as he pushed himself to his feet, his features still utterly downcast. I will manage. Somehow. Great. Die. The troll said happily as he jogged off toward the school building, glad that he had finally been absolved of all responsibility and could at last get to class. Saffron continued sulking silently as he trudged off toward his dorm room, utterly alone. So this is the fabled high school experience. Truly it is every bit as wretched and agonizing as Kiyomi's television dramas made it seem. Ranma had little trouble finding Haruo after being pointed in the right direction. Frankly, he had expected to hear the sounds of combat to guide him to the right place, or perhaps more shouts for help. He didn't expect to pick up the sounds of desperate bawling being carried on the evening wind, but seeing how he was in a hurry, any lead worked for him. Within moments he had reached a small clearing surrounded by rock outcroppings, and his gaze settled on a gargoyle laying in the middle of it, sobbing pathetically while his useless wings twitched behind him. Well, this is a little embarrassing to see. I was expecting to have to rescue you, but, well, Haruo gasped at the sound of someone's voice, and he whirled around in surprise to face the newcomer. Saotome, you came to save me. No, I didn't, Ranma said immediately, smashing the enforcer's sudden surge of hope. I came to save my friends. But seeing how you seem to be the one that thinks they're in danger, I guess I'm going to have to keep you alive long enough to tell me. Huh? Yes. Yes. Keep me alive, Haruo said desperately, standing up straight. Now, help me free my wings and then distract the enemy while I escape. Whoomp. The gargoyle yelped as Ranma landed on his head, bringing the enforcer back to his knees. That's enough out of you, the martial artist quipped as he hopped onto solid ground, his eyes moving from rock formation to rock formation. So it's hiding nearby, eh? This'll be tricky, then. I can't sense it at all, and spiders are damn patient. If it is here, then it'll definitely get the jump on us. So what do you want to do? Haruo grumbled as he stood up, rubbing the back of his head. Simple. I'll wait here while you make a break for it, Ranma said, moving into a fighting stance. Haruo blinked. But isn't that pretty much what I suggested in the hurry up and go? Move it, Ranma demanded, his eyes hardening as the gargoyle jumped. All right, Haruo said, turning to dash away. Your sacrifice will not be forgotten, Saotome. Yeah, sure, Ranma said as he waited for a movement around him. I've observed a lot of spiders, so I know their reflexes. They don't let prey get away even when it's a good idea. Haruo frowned as he thought over that information, running past the pile of granite rubble. Wait, what do you mean? Earth and rot burst into the air as the gigantic spider rose up out the rubble, two of its legs rising up before slamming into the gargoyle's back and pinning him painfully against the ground. The massive arachnid turned its body to bring its fangs to bear on its fresh capture, but halted as the eyes on the side of its head picked up a flash of bright blue coming from the clearing. Mukota Kabisha. Even the creature's full-body jump was eerily silent as it leapt backward out of the path of the key bolt, and the gigantic spider spread its legs in preparation for battle as it quickly reassessed its situation. So this is the boss spider, eh? Ranma said as he lowered his smoldering arms. Not too shabby. Erg. Hurry up and squash it, Haruo demanded from where he was slowly standing up, apparently being smashed to the ground. It had broken something. None. Ranma shook his head in disinterest, and he plumped to the spider as his eyes narrowed. Yo! Boss Spider! He shouted. Normally I'd be happy to take you down and teach you some manners. I've trained a lot of you thang freaks, and you look like you'd be good for getting rid of big cats, or maybe carrying stuff if I need to move or something. Haruo's sweat dropped. Cats? What? What's he going on about? But right now, I'm in a bit of a hurry, so I can't waste time teaching you who the real boss is around here. Ranma continued as the gigantic spider stood unmoving on the edge of the clearing. So this time only, I'm giving you the chance to leave before I kick your fat abdomen into line. Haruo gaped at the declaration as the martial artist faced off against the tremendous arachnoid, his hard blue eyes gazing unflinchingly into the shining black orbs of the spiders. And then, to the enforcer's utter shock, the gigantic spider scuttled backward into the forest, its massive legs carrying it into the sparse brush and over the occasional barriers of webbing that it itself had previously spawned. How did you do that? Haruo said weakly as he stared at the retreating form, although he lost sight of it within seconds. A real predator knows instinctively whether they're the hunter or the prey, Ranma said sagely, crossing his arms over his chest as he nodded. WH. What? Seriously? Haruo stuttered. Hell, I dunno. Maybe, Ranma admitted. The important thing is that it's too scared of me to risk fighting right now. So, what's happening to Tsukune or the others? Being injured, grounded, humiliated, and having just been saved by his worst enemy, it took Haruo a surprising 2 seconds to once again assume a position of superiority. I'll have you know that your friends are completely at my mercy, Saotome. The gargoyle growled, pointing a claw at the martial artist. Now my minions have captured them, and will only release them if I command it. If you dare defend yourself from me now, those precious to you will all die. The enforcer laughed as he raised a claw, his eyes met with glee at the prospect of rending his hated enemy to bits. Thwack! His glee turned to pain as Ranma kicked him in the face, knocking the gargoyle back onto his rear. Ow! What the hell? Don't you even care about your friends' lives? You demon! Vile ogre! Haruo complained as he rubbed his injured jaw. Ranma rolled his eyes as the enforcer continued hurling insults at him. Yeah, whatever. Why the heck should I believe you? How do I know the others are in trouble if they're not even here? For all I know they escaped whatever stupid plan you had to catch them and are in class even as we speak. Haruo growled as he stood up again. Fine, if that's how it's going to be, I'll show you. Do you hear that? Ranma glanced upward as he too heard a distant noise, like a scream from the sky that was rapidly coming closer. Screamed Richard's head as it sailed through the air, flying into the forest and straight toward one of the web patches. Yoing! The web stretched back as the warlock's head slammed into it, but the gummy threads proved strong enough to keep from breaking even as the entire web and the attached branches shook. Tooey! Richard spit out a piece of glass that had gotten stuck in his cowl, and his eyes glanced up at the 2 students in the clearing next to him. Ah, Saotome. All ready for class today, I hope? Haruo gaped as Ranma just massaged his forehead. Is that? Yes, Ranma said. Richard's head wiggled back and forth slightly. Could you? No, Ranma said, turning back to Haruo. Ignore him. Look, take me to where your goons are, and if you actually do have Tsukune and the others captured, then I'll think about your ridiculous terms. HMPH. The gargoyle looked annoyed, but he quickly realized he didn't really have a choice. Fine. If you're going to be. Haruo trailed off as Richard's head started chuckling. What? Did I say something funny? The warlock's cowl curled slightly in imitation of a grin. I know something you don't know. Richard sang. Ranma groaned in frustration as he went back to rubbing his head. God damn it. So, are we just gonna wait here, or what? Kurumu asked as she rubbed her shoulder, wincing at the bruises. Homeroom's already started, you know. Tsukune crossed his arms over his chest as he stared at Mocha's back. I'm not leaving until I get an explanation for this. I want to know what happened to Mocha. I don't see what it really matters, the succubus grumbled. She said that she'd revert back to normal, right? So I say let's leave while she's still on our side. Who knows if that psycho will suddenly turn on us? Youkai shook her head. I doubt that. It's clear that this Other mocha is at least operating with our mocha's memories, so I'm fairly certain she still recognizes us as, well, maybe not friends, but allies, at least. Then the young witch frowned. What concerns me is why she's waiting for senpai. The funds are already down, and it's not like she needed any help dispatching them. What does senpai have to do with this? Richard's body made a series of hand signals. Youkai sighed. Professor Richard is asking if someone wouldn't mind dropping his popcorn into his open esophagus when senpai gets here. A vein popped up on Kuromu's head, and she picked up the warlock's popcorn bucket before dropping it upside down over his neck. Richard's body gave a thumbs up even as popcorn spilled out over its chest and back, only annoying the succubus further. Hey! Tsukune. You alright? All attention shifted to the broken window up near the roof as Ranma with Richard's head under his arm and Haruo with his wings finally cleaned of webbing alighted on the windowsill, poking their heads in. What is this? Haruo asked, gaping as he surveyed the destruction. My nameless minions. What have you done to them? We do too have names, jackass. Growled the zombie dragon skull from the ground where it had fallen. Not our fault, nobody seems to care. Haruo glanced down at the dismembered skeleton. That's one. And there's the lantern. And the wood golem is in the crater behind the chick. He looked back and forth across the hallway. Hey, where's the goody two-shoes? Did he refuse to do his duty because of his stupid ethics or something? No, he's here, said Richard's head. See that black mark on the floor? Richard's body pointed to a streak of soot that stretched at an angle through the hall and ended with a hole burned into the wall separating the hall from one of the classrooms. Just so you know, it was in the interest of good sportsmanship. The disembodied head insisted. Well, that's that, then. Ranma murmured before he tossed Richard's head like a basketball. Thump! The warlock's head dropped into a trash can. Clearly his skills are wasted on the fighting arts. That was at least a half-court shot, Richard said, his voice slightly muffled from being literally up to his eyeballs in garbage. Little help? Naturally, nobody moved to assist him. Haruo shook his head in disbelief. No, the plan was perfect. How could this have? He stopped talking as he felt Ranma grab the back of his head. Oh! The martial artist hopped off of the windowsill into the school building, and Haruo screamed in surprise and terror as he was pulled along as well. He tried to spread his wings to slow the fall, but Ranma simply swung onto his back and then kicked down, sending the gargoyle plummeting to the hard tile below. Wham! Ranma landed lightly as the enforcer crumpled into an insensate heap behind him. Geez, it was all for nothing after all, the big-tailed boy grumbled as he walked up to his friends. Hey, Kuromu, you alright? Looks like you took a beating, there. And Mocha, did they get you with bleach or something? What's with the hair? Tsukune was about to try and explain the situation when Kuromu spoke first. Ranma, Don't let her fool you. That's not Mocha, the succubus said, pointing at the vampiress. Mocha, who had said nothing and simply watched ever since Ranma had appeared, turned to arch an eyebrow at Kuromu's warning. Ranma halted in his tracks, and he frowned as he took a closer look at the vampiress. He had initially assumed it was Mocha just because he could see her fangs, and also because she felt very similar aura-wise, though this person's energy wasn't concentrated in a rosario. Now that he was observing her more closely, however, he realized that this was obviously a different person. The hair color, the fierce, glowing eyes, the haughty expression. Even her face and body looked slightly different from Mocha's, and he felt foolish for mistaking her for the timid vampiress. "You're right, she does look different," Ranma said suspiciously. "Not only that," Kuromu added, "in the fight we had just now, she actually helped." A vein popped up on Mocha's head as Ranma recoiled. What? Seriously? Ranma stuttered, taken aback and far more wary of the silver-haired girl. "All right, who the hell are you, and what do you do with Mocha?" "Not that I entirely disagree with your assessment of my alter ego," Mocha said blithely, "but your disrespect begins to annoy me." "Yeah, I get that a lot," Ranma admitted as he moved into a fighting stance. "So, how's this gonna go? You wanna talk, or do you?" were the last words he managed to get out before a flying roundhouse kick struck him in the chest. Tsukune gaped as his roommate was sent flying through the hall, taken completely by surprise, and then smashed into the wall next to the unconscious pumpkin-headed enforcer. Several other students joined him, many of them poking their heads out of their classroom doors or gathering around the corner at the end of the hall to watch. HMPH. "Learn your place, Creighton," Mocha snapped as she lowered her leg, idly flipping her long hair over her shoulder. "What the hell was that about?" Tsukune demanded, stomping up behind Mocha and reaching out to grab her by the shoulder. "Mocha or not, what did Ranma do?" Just as he was about to touch her, the human found his hand swatted away, and before he knew it he was staring into the girl's bright red eyes. "Do not presume to touch me as you wish," Mocha said imperiously. Fine," Tsukune stuttered, his heart thundering as he suddenly found himself thinking about how easily this person had decapitated Professor Richard. "But I still want to know why you did that to Ranma. He didn't deserve that. He annoys me," Mocha said simply, her lip curling into an aggravated sneer. His barbaric demeanor, his pitiful egotism, his deplorable treatment of my other self. It was simply time he was properly disciplined, that's all. "Disciplined? You could have killed him," Tsukune shouted, trying to focus on his anger in order to ignore his fear. "You can't start beating people to a pulp because they annoy you." Mocha rolled her eyes. "Perhaps my other self cares for your lectures, but you bore." She stopped speaking as she felt someone tap her shoulder, and then turned her head in irritation to see who it was. "Crack. You're annoying." Ranma shouted as he plowed a haymaker into the surprised vampire's jaw, twisting her head to the side and throwing her entire body to the floor. "Whoa!" Tsukune shouted as Mocha collapsed onto the ground at his feet, her long, silver hair spilling all about. "Ranma! Over the line!" he shouted desperately. Ranma breathed heavily as one hand clutched his chest, feeling for rib fractures, and his teeth were red from where he had coughed up some blood. "What? This is the best way to knock her out quick, so we can figure out what to do with her. That's Mocha's body you just slugged," Tsukune protested. "Yeah, and this is my body she just kicked," Ranma countered. "Look, I'll apologize to the real Mocha when." The big-tailed boy trailed off as the silver-haired vampiress calmly picked herself up off the floor, facing away from the two arguing humans. "My, that was a surprise," Mocha said almost conversationally as she stood up and scratched at her slightly dirty cheek. "I actually lost my balance. That was almost impressive." Ranma's eyes hardened. "Still wanna give me a hard time about hitting her?" he mumbled to Tsukune, who gulped. "It appears I have a stubborn student," Mocha said as she placed a hand on her hip, staring at Ranma with pure disdain. "I'll have to teach you another lesson." And then, launching herself forward in a blur of motion, the vampiress attacked. "How did this happen?" Kurumu asked weakly as she backed into a wall, her and Youkai having been gradually separated from the main conflict. "Oh, I see," Youkai mumbled as she thumbed through a thick book, being the only person that didn't seem to be emotionally distressed by the scene playing out in front of them. "A vampire is supposedly able to transfer all the energy of her magical aura into pure power, boosting her physical abilities far beyond that of other monsters. That's the reason why they're presumed to be the strongest monsters in the world." "You don't say?" Kurumu mumbled, wincing as she watched Mocha smash Wallen with a kick while Ranma dodged out of the way. "On the other hand, devils are able to transfer their magical auras into their limbs to strengthen them for attacks, or wreath them in flames. Depending on the subclass of devil, he almost certainly has an array of secondary abilities as well, such as a hypnotic gaze, venomous claws, or an elemental weapon. Senpai should be on relatively even ground with her." Kurumu wondered why Youkai almost seemed excited when she said this, but a more pressing curiosity demanded attention. What do devils have to do with Ranma? It's my current working theory as to his species," Youkai explained, watching with undisguised interest as Ranma ran up a wall and then kicked off of it to avoid a roundhouse that utterly demolished the sturdy barrier. And what if he's not a devil after all?" Kurumu asked, looking worried. "Oh, well, in that case he's almost certain to lose, and he'll probably even die," Youkai said, frowning. "But I'm sure he's a devil. Well, mostly sure. I'd estimate at least a 65% chance." Crash! Kurumu winced as she watched the big-tailed boy go flying through a door and knock down a group of spectators. "Well, He's going to be a jelly soon if he doesn't do something. Ranma dropped low to the ground as Mocha's leg flew over him, and then twisted around just in time to catch a back kick that tagged his shoulder, sending him hurtling across the floor. He lightly tapped the ground mid-tumble to gain some altitude and then flipped back onto his feet, but immediately had to dive to the side again as a silver-haired meteor almost rammed into his face. To those that had thought or seen him fight before, the big-tailed boy seemed curiously silent as he dodged and defended, trying to minimize his damage as Mocha pressed her assault relentlessly. No breath was wasted in taunts, and no attention was paid to the cheers and jeers of the other students who were watching the battle through doorways and the occasional hole that Mocha had helpfully opened up for them. Nobody had ever seen Mocha fight before, and to say her abilities came as a surprise was a terrific understatement. Her long legs tore through the air with a speed that few of the spectators could track, and they struck with the force of wrecking balls. Ranma was being careful to avoid the attacks, focusing all his energy and attentions on defense, and there were none that could blame him. Surely just one more of the devastating kicks would break him if it connected cleanly. Though it hadn't even been a full minute, the hall was a scene of complete devastation. Walls were decorated with impact craters or had long, thick gashes torn through them, while many classrooms now sported multiple new hallway entrances. And while most of the students were careful enough to stay out of the path of the fighters while watching, there were several who were either too slow or too unlucky to get out of the way before being battered with shrapnel or bowled over by a shock wave, and their bodies laid comatose on the sidelines as the damage continued to spread. Ranma dashed toward Mocha as she whirled around, her long hair sweeping in front of her in the wind of her movement. Within another blink of the eye, her leg was lashing out toward her big-tailed opponent, and it was all Ranma could do to block the sudden strike on one arm. Mocha smiled as he grunted, and then she twisted her entire body in the air as her other leg shot toward Ranma's straining arms. Boom! The shock wave from the impact sent cracks seeping through the floor tiles as Ranma slid backward away from the vampiress, his arms bloody, but holding solidly in an X in front of his chest. The force sent tremors throughout the walls and ceiling, and sparks rained down from the lights above as they flickered uncertainly, Mocha's bright red eyes and fanged smile shining through the brief moments of darkness. Mocha giggled slightly as Ranma wobbled in place, obviously rattled, and she dropped her leg to the floor as she placed a hand on her hip. Not so cocky this time, I see. Would you like to call it quits here? Ranma breathed heavily as he locked eyes with the vampiress. Excuse me. Quit. You want me to quit? Please. Please do. Tsukune shouted, having rushed up the very moment his friends had stopped jumping around. Both of you, knock it off. There's no point to any of this. Why are you even fighting? We're fighting because Saotome is an idiot and needs to be taught his standing, Mocha said, stretching her arms over her head and incidentally giving the male viewers quite a show as her cleavage tightened. However, I've become bored. and I suppose there's no harm in letting him stay awake while he thinks on what he's learned. Tsukune winced badly. Really poor choice of words, evil Mocha. The vampiress turned toward him sharply, causing the human to jump. Evil Mocha? Is that how you just addressed me? She didn't seem exactly mad about it, but Tsukune still moved to placate immediately. Sorry. It just slipped out. I meant, dark Mocha, violent Mocha, considerably less pacifistic Mocha. What am I supposed to call you? The silver-haired girl snorted. I am Mocha, the true Mocha, her inner self, confined with that Rosario in order to make myself more. Her lip curled into a sneer, approachable. It works. Tsukune noted almost desperately. It really works. He walked in between Ranma and Mocha, and then held the disconnected jewelry out to the vampiress. Here's the Rosario back, so you can go back to be peaceful and approachable and, Tsukune stopped talking as the Rosario was plucked out of his hand from behind him, and his face darkened as he saw Ranma observing the bejeweled cross. Huh? So this is it, eh? This is like your weakness? Ranma asked conversationally as he turned it over in his hand. Mocha stifled a laugh. Weakness? The Rosario? Surely even you cannot be that stupid. How would you presume to use it? Ranma, please. I'm begging you. Don't do this, Tsukune whispered. Over the past several weeks of company habitation, he had gotten a pretty good grasp of Ranma's personality and character, and he knew that this apparent calm was a front for the fury that the martial artist must have been feeling at having his pride stepped on so callously, and in front of an audience. This inner Mocha had obviously come with the intent to destroy his friend's ego and reputation more than his body, and Ranma would drive the latter to the brink of death before he sacrificed the former. Walking past Tsukune, Ranma slipped the Rosario into his pocket as he approached Mocha. Well, I probably have to attach it to your collar or something, but whatever. We'll have plenty of time to experiment while you're recovering on a slab in the nurse's office. The surrounding students erupted in cheers and shouts of encouragement as they saw that the fight was about to continue, and Tsukune felt himself being tugged backward away from the impending chaos. Tsukune, get back, Kurumu said as she pulled him away. You tried to warn him, all right. Whatever happens to Ranma now isn't your fault. She herself didn't want to see Ranma get hurt, but she was also uncomfortably familiar with such scenarios, having grown up in the monster world. The strong preyed on the weak all the time, and fights between immovable egos were all too common. The big-tailed boy would be lucky if he managed to make a full recovery. What happens to Ranma? Tsukune asked as he turned to face the succubus. Are you serious? I mean, sure, I don't want him to get hurt anymore. But Mocha's body is in serious danger. Here. Kurumu blanched at that. Mocha? Your best friend is getting beaten to a pulp and you're worried about the girl who's mauling him. You don't understand. Kuromu, Tsukune sighed weakly. Ranma's not going to lose. I thought even you had more sense about you. Mocha said lazily as she began to approach the martial artist in a slow, sensual walk. But very well. If you really will not see reason until it breaks you. The vampire's body suddenly accelerated like a gunshot, smashing the tile to pieces underneath her before she flew toward Ranma with a kick that could rend steel. She knew he would probably dodge. He was infuriatingly good at that, but she also knew that her foe had already been pushed to the limit. Even with the short rest he had just been afforded, soon he would become too exhausted to avoid her attacks, and then she would teach the uppity human his place with a few swift kicks. Then a funny thing happened. Thwack! Mocha flinched in surprise as she felt a strike land on her shoulder, and her head whipped around just in time to see Ranma land on the floor behind her. At the same time he leveled a backward kick into her side. Thwump! Ranma kicked into the vampiress and then threw himself to the ground, letting her leg pass over him before he bounced to his feet again, slamming a palm into the vampire's stomach. Mocha's eyes widened in surprise as she stumbled back from the attack, as she had been finishing her kick and was still balancing on one leg. She managed to keep standing, but a moment of hesitation left another opening that Ranma wasted no time in exploiting. Wham! The martial artist's fist blurred as it smashed into Mocha's solar plexus, hammering the same spot repeatedly before the vampire was thrown back from the force and sent sprawling across the length of the hall, bouncing painfully across the tile. Ranma breathed heavily as he kept his pose, his arm trembling slightly from the sudden exertion. I call that one the pork tenderizer. Kind of an inside joke. Laughter and cheers erupted from the spectators, and a few students particularly pleased by the turnaround started to chant his name. Mocha clutched her stomach as she pushed herself to her feet, feeling her internals lurch painfully in protest. How the hell had Ranma managed that? He wasn't any faster than she was, or at least it didn't seem that way from their earlier exchange of blows. Of course, most of his attacks weren't strong enough to stagger her or do any worthwhile damage, but the last 100 or so blows had nearly caused her to black out then and there, and even now pain was still coursing through her torso as she fought to gather her strength. Ranma remained standing in front of her, just out of arm's reach, waiting. The moment she could feel her legs properly again, Mocha launched herself forward, lashing out with a roundhouse twice as powerful as the one that had decapitated Richard. The kick swept in from the right. Ranma's fist smashed into her left flank as the big-tailed boy twisted away from the attack, and then a snap kick to the back of Mocha's head pitched the vampire forward. Mocha's other leg slashed through the air as she turned, but Ranma was already out of range, his ponytail whipping about in the wind from the wicked attack. You can't escape from me forever. The vampiress snarled as she bared her fangs. I only need to escape until you are laid out on the floor, Ranma taunted back, beckoning her forward. Now hurry it up. I don't want to be late for class. What the hell is going on now? Kurumu mumbled as she peeked around a bank of lockers at the battle. It was hard to hear what the fighters were saying to each other due to the chatter and jeers of the other spectators. There seemed to be more arriving all the time, but it was obvious that the tables had turned completely. I expected something like this, Tsukune said, chewing his lip nervously as he watched Mocha get thrown heavily into a wall as she and Ranma moved further down the hall. There's no way Ranma would just roll over and let her beat him like that. So do you know what happened? Kurumu asked as Youkai pressed closer, also eager to hear. Tsukune sighed. Ranma talks a lot about fighting and martial arts, you know. So he told me that there are 3 key aspects to melee fighting: strength, agility, and technique. He also said that while a lot of monsters get plenty of the first and some of the second just for being monsters, most of them rely on those and don't develop their actual fighting skills. Kurumu scratched her head in confusion, but Youkai snapped her fingers. Of course. Senpai was completely on the defensive the first round, gauging her attacks and analyzing them. She said excitedly. Moreover, Evil Mocha largely seems to utilize kicks with small variations in speed, arc, and power. The young witch paused to allow a wave of dust to pass by, courtesy of Mocha knocking down another wall. Ma Senpai surely has her attack patterns completely mapped. Even if she's stronger and faster than him, Senpai knows exactly where she's going to strike and where she'll be vulnerable. This match is practically his already. Don't count on it, shorty. Kuma suddenly shouted from behind Youkai, startling the others with his sudden appearance. The hellhound snorted as he crossed his arms over his chest. Saotome may have the upper hand for now, but he's taking his injuries too lightly. He's probably got a few fractured ribs at least, and his arms have taken a lot of abuse blocking those ridiculously powerful kicks. I doubt he can manage that pork attack again. At this point it comes down to whether he still has the stamina to wear down a vampire. Tsukune, Kurumu, and Youkai all stared speechlessly at the hellhound. Tsukune was the first to break the silence. Don't you have class or something? Why are you here? This is the biggest fight I've seen so far on campus. I wouldn't miss this for anything. The bushy-browed monster said before cupping his hands around his mouth. Hey, silver chick. Get a clue. He's already smacked you the first dozen times you tried that move. What made you think one more time would do the job? Why are you giving Evil Mocha hints? Kurumu asked. Aren't you Ranma's partner? Just because I'm his partner doesn't mean I don't want to see him taken down a peg. The hellhound reasoned as he pulled something large from his school jacket and started gnawing on what appeared to be a stunted femur. And he'd probably be fine with only one arm, too. Youkai stared for several seconds as Kuma continued chewing on his bleached treat. Is that part of that zombie dragon? I didn't see any zombie dragon, the hellhound murmured around the bone in his mouth, and if you don't believe that, then I invoke finders keepers. Wham! Ranma seemed to move in slow motion as Mocha's foot stabbed deep into a locker, and the vampiress grunted as his elbow found its way into her side. Feeling a bit brash, Ranma pressed the attack as his foe thought to both keep her balance and pulled her foot from the twisted metal, slamming punch after punch into the vampiress at full power to keep her off balance as long as possible. Clang! In the end, Mocha simply tore the locker off of the wall with her foot as she kicked at him, and although Ranma backed away from the kick, he was caught by surprise when the locker was sent flying as a result, slamming into his body and sending him and the metal cup crashing into a drinking fountain on the other side of the hall. Good. Ranma grunted painfully as he was sandwiched between the two boxes of metal, and he winced as the water pipe in the fountain shattered and promptly poured water right down onto his head. This could be bad, Tsukune mumbled as he watched a redheaded female Ranma kick the locker away before pulling herself back to her feet. Reactions from the crowd were mixed. Did Saotome just grow boobies? Oh, hell no. I'm out 1,000 yen. Shapeshifter. Crap, he's the shapeshifter. Somebody get the bookie spreadsheet. What a fantastic body. Kuromu raised an eyebrow when she realized that this last comment came from Youkai. The young witch, for her part, stared for a few more seconds before glancing around at all the people around her. Wait. Why don't any of you seem surprised? Seen it? Tsukune and Kuromu mumbled. Nothing about Saotome surprises me anymore, Kuma mumbled as he bit hard into the dragon femur, snapping it in two. After a few seconds of Youkai fuming indignantly, a nearby locker suddenly opened as a girl largely unfamiliar to any of those present spilled out onto the floor in a daze. Ranma's a girl? Mizore asked, her head spinning. Well, this is just great, Ranma thought as she hauled herself up, clearly the worse for wear. She mostly tuned out the responses to the sudden gender shift, turning her full focus onto the bat at hand. She had come way too far to lose because of embarrassment and indignity. As she tried to clear her head and take stock of her injuries, a few pieces of metal had torn particularly badly, and had cut gashes into her back. She finally realized that Mocha had not yet attacked. Is she getting her confidence back, or is she just stupid? Ranma thought as she wiped the water from her face. I was wide open until now, and she just waits for me. Once her vision cleared fully, she was tempted to settle on the latter explanation. Mocha was standing just a few meters away in her best impersonation of a proper combat stance, her eyes unusually focused and wary. Man, you must not wanna win at all, Ranma muttered as she walked away from the wreck, water dripping from her hair and clothes. Still seeing no indication of action from the vampiress, Ranma took a moment to wring out her pigtail, causing even more water to spill onto the floor and down her arms. Thanks for waiting. I'm ready for you now, Ranma taunted, idly lashing an arm out to spray a bit of water into Mocha's face. The martial artist froze in disbelief as Mocha leapt backward, retreating from the liquid as if it were hot acid. No way. There's no way. Ranma murmured as she stared down at her wet hands. Seriously? Water? You're afraid of water? Moko was obviously flustered as she stood up straight again, mindful that some of the spectators were booing now. I dislike it, yes. Are you ready to surrender now? You've taken quite a... The vampiress was cut off as her foe vaulted forward, and Mocha broke from her earlier attack patterns to leap as far back as possible from the dripping redhead. Exactly as Ranma had predicted. Ranma followed Mocha's desperate dodge, and she launched a haymaker toward the point where she knew Mocha would land, slamming the vampire in the stomach. Peasy-hardy. In addition to the physical force of the attack, an electric spark jumped from Ranma's knuckles as Mocha lurched backward from the attack, stunned. Whack! Crack! Wham! Two punches were followed by a snap kick that saw Mocha reeling, and as the vampiress staggered, Ranma tore open his red Chinese shirt, exposing the damp white tank top underneath, much to the delight of the male monsters watching. This is definitely bad, Tsukune said weakly as she watched Ranma lash the sopping wet garment around his foe's arms, eliciting more grunts of pain and sparks of energy. Can't believe everyone knew Senpai could shape-shift, Youkai murmured dejectedly. Why is it bad that he's winning, again? Kuromu asked Tsukune. I mean, a minute ago I was afraid he was going to die. I know that he's been injured too, but this has to stop before someone gets crippled, Tsukune said, clearly frustrated by his helplessness to halt the violence. It's obvious that the water is harming Mocha's body, right? What if it's doing permanent damage to her? None of us know how much danger she's in right now. Only two devil varieties can shift, not across genders. Stupid useless theories, Youkai murmured dejectedly. So is Ranma boy turning into a girl or a girl turning into a boy? Mizore asked from where she was sitting on the floor under the others. As no one knew who she was or what she was doing here, she was largely ignored. This whole fight is pointless. I have to end this somehow, Tsukune insisted, only to be pulled back by Kuromu. Oh no you don't, Kuromu said, her eyes hardening. Those two are out for blood. There's no way I'm letting you run out there to get killed. Was it even a willful shift? If not, the parameters for Yukai's latest dejected murmurs were interrupted when something tapped her on the shoulder, and she looked behind her to see Richard's body using sign language again. The young witch sighed. Professor Richard wants to know if anybody can go get his head out of the trash can so he can watch the fight. His body isn't sure which one it landed in also, you know, it lacks proper sensory organs. Inspiration struck Tsukune like a slap in the face. That's it. Professor Richard, this way. Kuromu, Youkai, and even Kuna stared in stunned silence as Tsukune took the beheaded warlock by the hand and rushed him back down the hall. None of them could fathom why even Tsukune would help the undead wizard, as the professor was significantly responsible for this mess in the first place. All right, here it is, Tsukune said as he rounded a corner. practically dragging the tall robed body behind him. Hey! Hey Ono! Did you see my femur anywhere? The zombie dragon asked the moment he caught sight of his former target. The battered form of the lantern with its pumpkin head wrapped entirely in gauze save a single eye was trying mostly in vain to assemble the undead creature's body from the assorted pieces, though he had managed to attach the skull to its spine. Tsukune winced as he let go of Richard's hand, leaving the body to grope about uselessly in the middle of the hall. I think a dog ate it, he said without any irony. What? Why didn't you stop it? The monster demanded angrily. Busy now, the human responded, really in no mood to argue with enemies that had already been fully walloped. He approached the garbage can and then leaned over it, peering into Richard's hooded eyes. Hello, Professor, Tsukune said evenly. I'm here to get you. The warlock's head looked unimpressed. And I suppose you'll want some kind of reward for that. Like cash. Or not dying a horrible, painful death for my amusement. After a few seconds, his expression changed to hopeful. Will 2,000 yen be enough? I want a favor, Tsukune snapped, and hopefully you can restrain yourself from killing me as a courtesy. Take. Kids today are so greedy, Richard grumbled as he rolled his eyes. Just be quiet and come with me, all right? Tsukune demanded as he grabbed the head by its head and hauled it up. I just hope I'm in time. Whump. Ranma spit out blood as a desperate back kick smashed into her stomach, tearing her free of the wet shirt that was wrapped around Mocha's wrists. The vampiress quickly pried the soaked garment off of her arms, her breath heaving as electric arcs and trails of smoke came from her hands. Splop! Once the shirt had been discarded, Mocha turned her attention back to her opponent, and nearly fell over from whirling too fast. Mocha was sorely injured, as her exposure to water had left her far more vulnerable to Ranma's attacks and made the damage she'd taken nearly impossible to ignore. On the other hand, Ranma was clearly on her last legs as well, holding her stance rigidly in the middle of the hall as blood seeped from her lip. The transgendered fighter was formidable, but Mocha was an immortal vampire, and every blow she landed was the equal of 20 that the Red had managed against her. As the crowd's jeering started up again, Mocha thought her initial instinct to charge forward and attack and took a moment to think about her situation. She's mostly dry by now, so her blows won't hurt as much, Mocha thought, slowly sidestepping around the big-tailed girl to get between her and Fountain. She'll probably go for the water again. If it's a contest of stamina, I can't lose. She thinks I'm going for the water. What a rube, Ranma thought as she wiped some blood off of her lips. Still, this is gonna be all or nothing. It would be a pain if this became a contest of stamina. Mocha hesitated as she saw her opponent start to glow a luminescent blue, and after a moment she realized that Ranma was summoning her own aura. It was nothing like hers, as it represented unbridled will focused into physical power rather than the fantastic inborn energies of the vampires. but it gave her pause as she considered what tactic Ranma might be using. All at once, the red-haired girl made a break for the gushing water leak where the drinking fountain used to be, and half an eye blink later Moko was on a collision course, her right leg slicing through the air with lethal intent. Ranma wanted to say, "Sucker," but etiquette demanded she shout her attack's name instead as she thrust her arms forward. Muko Takabisha. Her momentum halted instantly from the recoil as a beach ball-sized sphere of power blasted forth from her palms, and where Mocha's leg was supposed to strike flesh, it instead slashed into an orb of overwhelming force. Wham! Mocha cried out as the energy spilled around her leg and crashed into her, and she quickly leaned into the impact as she slid backward, her shoes splintering the tiles as she fought to stay standing. It was the worst possible way to absorb the attack, but to let herself be blown back would have landed her right into the broken water pipe and quickly ended this match entirely as Ranma had expected. After a moment the pressure against her front relented, and Mocha staggered forward painfully, almost falling flat on her face. She was battered, but still conscious. "Gotcha!" Ranma shouted as she vaulted toward the vampire, knowing that she only had a few more good strikes left in her. Mocha fought against the dizziness and tried to focus in on Ranma as the martial artist approached, forcing her battered body to counterattack. Her body moved sluggishly in response as it threw up a kick, completely devoid of the usual grace and speed of the vampire but hopefully enough to fend off her enemy. Skrrrk. Ranma's eyes widened and she skidded to a stop as large needles of ice suddenly stabbed upward from the floor in a wall between her and Mocha. Mocha gaped at the sudden interference, her leg still raised for a high kick and incidentally giving a good chunk of the spectators a perfect view between her legs. Those in the crowd that weren't busy leering or taking cell phone photos fell silent, their cheers dying in their throats at the sudden anticlimax. "The hell? What's going on?" Ranma demanded as she turned to where the needles seemed to have come from. She and Mocha weren't at all surprised to see Richard's body standing at the far end of the icy stalagmite wall, but both were utterly stunned to see Tsukune standing next to it, frowning darkly as he held Richard's head under one arm. "All right, pack it up guys," the younger human said firmly. "Show's over. Ranma, would you please give Mocha back her Rosario?" The big-tailed girl stuttered in disbelief. "But I was..." "She was about to..." "Yes, Ranma, you were going to demolish her, I'm sure," Tsukune said with an uncharacteristic hint of steel in his voice. "And there's nothing wrong with you defending yourself like you have. But this fight ends now. You've proven yourself already and there's no reason why anyone has to end up in intensive care because of this stupid battle." Tsukune turned toward Mocha. "Evil Mocha, put on the Rosario when Ranma gives it to you." Mocha finally broke out of her shock, and her weary eyes hardened. "You think to tell me?" She was cut off as a high-pitched whine filled the hallway, and her lips halted as cold blue power once again enveloped Richard's hands. "I'm sorry," I think you're still under the assumption that you have some kind of control of the situation, Richard said as his body started juggling small ice crystals practically writhing with magic. Let me explain clearly to you. Do what Shorty says or I use your cold, shattered flesh to cool drinks at my next tailgate party. The warlock grinned under his cowl as Tsukune's eyebrow twitched. You all should come. My bean dip is world famous. Thank you, Professor, Tsukune ground out. But please let me do the talking. It was rather disconcerting how the warlock instructor could be so blatantly malevolent one moment and so cheerfully helpful the next. Although there was a great deal of consistency in the level of violence. Evil Mocha, I understand that Ranma can be hard to deal with, but the way you treated him was way out of line, Tsukune said firmly to the fuming vampiress. I know you have your pride as well, but being stronger than someone else doesn't give you the right to hurt them. Richard's head raised an eyebrow, clearly confused. Wait. What? Really? Everyone ignored him. Ranma and Mocha continued to stare in shock at the sudden backbone displayed by one of the most oft-victimized students in the school, and after several seconds, they finally locked gazes again between the teeth of the ice wall. Well, okay then. I was going to win. Oh, Ranma mumbled as she pulled the rosario from her pocket and tossed it over the ice. Mocha snatched it out of the air, her eyes glowing with malice. This isn't over, Saotome. You will answer for this humiliation. Ranma idly wondered whether she meant the humiliation of being almost beaten or the humiliation of being pressed down by a harmless human, but decided not to voice such thoughts so long as she was within Richard's arc of fire. Whatever. I think I'll go take a nap now. Passing by Tsukune and Richard, the big-tailed girl stopped to glare at the warlock's head, still being carried underneath Tsukune's arm. By the way, you were trying to hit me with that icicle wall, weren't you? Ooh, you noticed. Richard replied happily. It's really hard to aim from this vantage point, you see. I was afraid you were going to think I missed on purpose for the sake of this stupid truce. Tsukune wordlessly held up Richard's head to his roommate, who promptly smashed a fist into the warlock's nose. Thanks, Ranma mumbled as Tsukune lowered Richard's injured head. Prof, I won't be in class today. Gotta go pick the metal shards out of my back. By the time Tsukune turned his attention to Mocha again, he found that the vampiress had reverted to her former pink-haired form, and was currently sitting on the floor and breathing heavily as her body trembled in pain. Mocha, are you alright? Tsukune asked as he shoved Richard's head into the arms of his body. The less aggressive Mocha fingered the rosario once more around her neck even as she gasped for breath. I remember everything, she whispered as Tsukune helped her to her feet, her face paling at the memory of the fierce and entirely pointless fight. Tsukune, I'm so sorry. I should have told you. It's alright, Mocha, the human said reassuringly as he helped the limping vampiress through the hall. You can tell me all about it later. For now, Let's get you to Miss Madaraki. Mocha nodded silently, squeezing her eyes closed as she felt hot agony shoot through her body with every step. I can't believe it actually came to this. My inner self really thought Ranma, and lost. Whoa, I didn't lose, said a sudden voice that echoed within her head, yet seemed to emanate from the Rosario. Mocha jolted at the sudden statement, and glanced at Tsukune for any sign that he had heard it too. The human simply glanced at her in concern. Is something wrong? Do you want me to carry you? Mocha blushed despite her concerns for the voice in her head. And no thank you. It's enough that you stopped the fight. Someone could have been seriously hurt. Like the big-tailed brat, growled the inner voice, and Mocha had a sinking feeling in the pit of her stomach as she figured out who was speaking to her in her head. I can't believe this little insect of a human actually had the nerve to cut him like that. When did he grow a spine? This isn't happening. This isn't happening. This isn't happening. Mocha repeated to herself as she trudged along with Tsukune, a cold sweat breaking out over her brow. Next time it'll be different. I'm gonna kill that arrogant big-tailed bastard. Mocha felt a tear stream down her cheek. It looked like her first semester was going to be a lot more complicated than she had hoped. Notes and moroses rushed to the fore. Oh well, at least I resisted the urge to give them names or develop their personalities too far. End Chapter 7 Big Human on Campus, Extra. My Lord Kuyo, one of the faculty requests your attention. Within a large, exquisitely furnished room perched high among the central offices of Youkai Academy, a young man with long white hair and narrow, piercing eyes looked up from where he was perusing some papers. He was wearing an immaculately pressed enforcer's uniform, and his wide forehead, devoid of bangs, sported a pair of dark spots over his eyebrows. This man was Kuyo, leader of the enforcers and the self-fashioned tyrant of Youkai Academy. Among the students, his will was the law, and aside from the headmaster himself, he possessed the most power and absolute authority of anyone at the monstrous institute. With incredible personal power and a small army of utterly loyal monsters at his beck and call, Kuyo had most of the academy in the palm of his hand, and there were few indeed that would dare challenge him. Well, there were few among the students, anyway. He was patently aware that some of the teaching staff possessed powers far beyond the mere children they taught, and that such individuals reacted poorly to his heavy-handed and entirely self-serving methods of enforcing peace. It was with this consideration in mind that he sighed and gave his full attention to Kaito as she stood at attention before his desk. And which member of our esteemed faculty seeks an audience without an appointment? The Dark Lage, Lord Kuyo, Kaito said with a hint of distaste in her voice. Kuyo gave a disgusted grunt. She was definitely not one of the teachers he could ignore. Inform her that she may meet with me immediately. The leader of the enforcers pushed aside his paperwork and steepled his fingers in front of his nose as Kaito exited the room. A few seconds later Kaito re-entered the office with the familiar form of the buxom blonde Triclops behind her. "Dark Lage. What a pleasant surprise to see you," Kuyo said amiably, his lips curling into a slight smile. "How may this humble servant assist you today?" The Dark Lady sniffed as she crossed her arms under her breasts, well aware that any display of humility and servitude was a deception on Kuyo's part. She, like almost all the staff, were well aware of Kuyo's abuses and his ongoing failure to enforce any rules that he didn't personally care about. The enforcers as an organization did just enough to prevent Youkai Academy from falling into complete pandemonium, and then spent the rest of their time and effort taking advantage of their authority and power. Still, she was also aware that Kuyo could be intimidated by a sufficiently powerful plaintiff into actually doing his job, and she didn't have many other options. "I have a problem," the Dark Lady grumbled as she twirled a lock of hair about with her finger, "and it concerns a breach of school rules, in which you and your cronies are ultimately responsible." Kuyo nodded calmly. "Indeed. Please, tell me what happened. The other week several items quite valuable to me went missing from my desk," the buxom demon admitted, sighing. "They were several jewels of considerable commercial value, and much greater personal value to me. I had reason to believe they were stolen." "Unacceptable," Kuyo hissed, gritting his teeth as his eyes narrowed. "That the scum of this institution would steal from you is not only a crime against you, but an affront to me as the keeper of law and order of this place. This will not stand. I'm sure," the Dark Lady deadpanned. "But I must ask, why have you waited until now to bring this incident to my attention?" Kuyo asked, his brow furrowing. "Surely you realize that it will be far more difficult to find your items after so much time." The Dark Lady snorted. He was right, of course, but mostly the white-haired enforcer was trying to leave himself an excuse for failure if and when he gave up on searching. Still, any effort to help her would have been full. "I didn't come to you until now because your committee has a reputation for laxity and incompetence," she spat, her hands on her hips, "but I had reached the point where any help is better than no help." Kaito seemed irritated at the insult from where she was standing at attention near the door, but Kuyo chuckled at the teacher's criticism. "I assure you, such a reputation is undeserved by my fine subordinates and colleagues. Our detractors refuse to trust us or accept our authority, and then accuse us of failure when their own fear and paranoia prevent us from helping them." "Naturally," the blonde drawled. "In any case, I did not come here to debate the qualities and shortcomings of your committee. I wish for you to formally investigate the theft." Kuyo pursed his lips. "Investigate?" The Dark Lady nodded. "Yes. Investigate. HM." Kuyo leaned back, his eyes staring up at the ceiling. "Investigate. Investigate." The demonic teacher blinked. "Island. Something the matter?" "Investigate. Investigate," Kuyo mumbled before turning his attention back to the demon. "What an odd word. Whatever does it mean? The dark lady almost fell over in stunned disbelief. What? Are you serious? Kuyo raised a hand to forestall further conversation. Never mind, I will see to it myself. Kaito. Lord Kuyo? Kaito said, stepping forward with her back ramrod straight. Touch the dictionary at once. Kuyo commanded before steepling his fingers once more. The senior enforcer nodded as she walked over to a bookcase that covered one entire wall of the large, luxurious office, and she began searching through the considerable library row by row. It's not in the usual place, she murmured irritably. Well, it couldn't have gone far, Kuyo said as he leaned back into his chair. We were just using it yesterday, weren't we? When that fellow came in to complain about a giant wild beast or something stalking the dorms. Kuyo frowned and he fingered his chin. What was the word he had us look up again? It was another word. I believe it was integrity, my lord, Kaito said as she reached the end of the case. Ah, here it is. Kuyo smiled as his subordinate handed him the thick reference book. Yes, that was it. Apparently it means soundness of moral character or honesty. What a surprise that was. The leader of the enforcers opened the book and was just starting to flip to the I section when he realized that the dark lady had turned around and was slowly walking toward the door. My dark lady. Is something the matter? I assure you, as soon as I find the definition I'll proceed to that thing. Investigate. Kaito reminded her boss. Yes, that. We'll begin to investigate immediately. As soon as I figure out what that is. The dark lady didn't stop, and she massaged her temples with one hand as her other hand opened the door. No, that's quite all right, she mumbled irritably as she walked out. I think I'll go back to hoping that they'll spontaneously turn up on their own, thank you. I won't waste any more of your time. Kuyo and Kaito glanced at each other in confusion as the teacher walked out and shut the door behind her. What was her problem? Kaito snapped. Like we can be expected to learn every stupid word in the human's language that they make us speak here. Kuyo shrugged as he flipped through the dictionary. Ah well. Less problems for us if she decides to deal with it on her own. Ah. Here's the word. Investigate. To search out and examine the particulars of an attempt to learn the facts about something hidden, unique, or complex, especially in an attempt to find a motive, cause, or culprit. So that's what she wanted, Kaito said, leaning over her superior's shoulder before she glanced down at him. We don't do that, do we? Nope, Kuyo said, tossing the dictionary over his shoulder before he put his feet up on the desk. I see no reason to interrupt another peaceful day at Youkai Academy by having my subordinates scurrying around and disrupting our hard-working student population. Rumbla. Kuyo glanced over at Kaito. Did you hear that? Yes, I did. I felt that. Kaito mumbled, glancing at a glass of water and noting that the liquid was rippling from the tremor. It almost sounded like part of the building was being knocked down in the halls. Yes, I thought so too. Julio mumbled. And then he picked up the piece of paper he had been perusing before the dark lady had demanded an audience, and went back to reading it. I wonder what it was. Oh well. Asterisk chapter 9 asterisk. Turnabout is literally a bitch. Hello again. It's time for Meet the Teachers. Tsukune said brightly, waving her hand. Today we're going to meet one of the more mysterious of our staff here at Youkai Academy, Miss Ranma Saotome. Standing next to the Nakomaru was the aforementioned school nurse, a slightly vacant expression on her face. So, Miss Saotome, I hear you are actually the daughter of a famous scientist. Shizuka said, moving closer to the blonde. Fran nodded fondly. Yes, I am, more or less. Dr. Naomitsu Madaraki is a genius, called the devil of biology. I was created to replicate his work as best as possible. She lowered her head in a show of modesty. Although my talents are less than inadequate in comparison to Dr. Madaraki, I still hope to use my limited expertise to help those in need. Shizuka patted the blonde on the back roughly. Don't be like that. I hear that the students are very happy with your work. Fran nodded. That is true. The students here don't seem as... She trailed off as she searched for the right word. Picky. As my previous patients. I've logged far fewer complaints since I began working here. And why did you come here in the first place? Shizuka asked curiously. You're not really a monster, even if you're not quite human, right? You were living fine amongst the humans, so why the switch? Monster anatomy is a field which is grievously underexplored the world over, Fran explained dutifully, smiling. This is in part because the human population mostly doesn't know that monsters exist, and in part because monsters couldn't pass a biology exam to save their lives. Fran was silent for a moment. Literally. I heard that Professor Richard administers those exams. As Shizuka's sweat dropped, the school nurse continued. It is my hope that while I am helping those in need here, I come across secrets of monster biology that can be used to further medical science in the human world, such as an organ that is universally transplantable, or a regenerative agent that can be safely applied to human tissue. Shizuka nodded. I see. Very admirable. Have you had much success? Fran considered the question. The work here keeps me rather busy, so I have only limited time for proper research. However, I have managed to collect numerous samples for eventual study. Samples? Shizuka asked, blinking in confusion. Fran shrugged. Not as many as I would like. Professor Richard can be quite thorough when he wants to be. Shizuka's face slowly paled. Okay. We are definitely not having that psycho on this segment, she mumbled. It's just as well. I doubt that a Nakomaru would have any organs of particular interest, Fran mumbled as the homeroom teacher twitched. Why yeah. Until next time. Black Dragon Productions proudly presents a Ranma and Rosario plus vampire crossover. Well, the responses from the last chapter were encouraging. I actually had more complaints about Tsukune acting too assertively than I do that Mocha nearly got her ass handed to her. Key writing/emphasis, sounds, thoughts, speech, comments that you can freely ignore. Inner Mocha Big Human on Campus Chapter 8 Turnabout is literally a bitch. The nurse's office was busy again. It was a common enough occurrence at Youkai Academy that it didn't even bother Tsukune anymore, even though he was usually sensitive to such things. After almost any event of note, be it a major classroom brawl or a school-sponsored rally, injured students poured into Yukai's medical facilities by the dozens, with a wide variety of maladies ranging from smoke inhalation or frostbite to dismemberment or hyper-accelerated aging. Sometimes all in the same patient. Tsukune personally thought it was terribly unfair to Fran Madaraki, no matter how many of the golem-like assistants she had on call, which was another uncomfortable mystery. Did the strange, talking nurses have a dormitory, or were they put into storage like common appliances? If Fran herself agreed, however, she sure didn't show it. The sprightly blonde seemed unusually animated by all the activity, rushing back and forth across the office while listing orders for her assistants. He supposed it was the only time she really seemed animated. Most times she seemed rather placid and lethargic, but at times of emergency something seemed to spring to life within her, lending her energy to match the monstrous requirements of her job. It might also have lent her 2 extra pairs of arms. Tsukune wasn't sure whether the new appendages were some manifestation of her monster form or what, and he consciously determined not to think about it as he waited impatiently by Kuromu's bedside. "All right, Miss Kurona, I think that should just about do it," Fran mumbled as her lower sets of arms poked and massaged Kuromu's back while her uppermost set wrote furiously on a clipboard and occupied most of the blonde's attention. "Let me know if you feel any sharp pain." Kuromu grunted at the attentions, but said nothing as Fran worked some numbing agents into her back. She had been stripped down to broadly let the nurse do her work, and was both surprised and annoyed that Tsukune had barely noticed. On the one hand, sure, she wanted Tsukune to see her topless as often as she could get away with, but on the other it was clear that her beloved's mind was elsewhere at the moment. Also, the nurse probably should have had something to say about it, too. "Good. It seems like the treatment is working," Fran said before checking off something on the clipboard. "It's been quite some time since I've had so many cases of blood trauma at once." Then the stitch-covered blonde turned toward Tsukune. "By the way, is Saotome here as well? I had heard he suffered considerable damage during the incident." Tsukune shook his head. "Ranma left to rest, I think." After a moment, he added, "I guess he likes to deal with it on his own when he can get away with it." Fran frowned. "That's not good. Accumulating injuries without having them properly treated and corrected can lead to long-term complications." Please make sure he comes to get checked out at his earliest convenience. Alright. I'll mention that to him, Tsukune said pensively. How is Mocha doing? Fran's upper arm that was holding the clipboard quickly thumbed a few pages back. Ah, Miss Akashiya. The contusions were severe, and she had a torn ligament, as well as numerous fractures. Then the nurse smiled. However, given that Miss Akashiya is a vampire, I simply gave her a blood pack and let her rest. She'll be good as new very soon. Kuromu raised an eyebrow. You gave Mocha a blood transfusion? No, I said I gave her a blood pack, Fran corrected. The succubus sweat dropped. Ah, I see. Tsukune looked surprised. Wait, so she just needs to drink some blood? Vampires benefit from a much better rate of biological respiration than most creatures, Fran explained as she continued perusing the notes. A well-fed vampire can suffer nominally critical injuries and recover in hours. The only matter of concern is that their unique metabolism requires a great deal of blood plasma to compensate for the intense energy drain of enhanced regeneration. Kuromu and Tsukune shared a confused glance, being unable to make any sense of that explanation. So, what you're saying is that Mocha will get better if she drinks more blood, right? Tsukune asked. If that's the case, then I can done. No, Fran said firmly, suddenly turning away from her notes to give Tsukune a stare that stopped him dead. I am well aware of Miss Akashiya's consumption habits, and it is extremely unhealthy. Anemia is nothing to be taken lightly, Mr. Aono. Although I have no right to impede your personal decisions outside of this office, as the school nurse I have a responsibility to discourage explicitly unhealthy behavior. As long as I am responsible for Miss Akashiya, I will not allow her to feed upon other students. Tsukune winced. Well, I mean, if it was an emergency. Lunch can't always be an emergency, Kuromu said evenly as she put on her shirt. So when do you think she'll be released? Tsukune said, trying to ignore Kuromu's jibes. I'd like to keep her for at least the rest of the day, so she'll miss her classes and club activities, Fran mumbled. But if possible I want to see Miss Akashiya on her feet and out of bed by this afternoon. The beds are already full from the battle, and I expect more patience as the day goes on. Why is that? Tsukune asked, scratching his head. Conflict breeds conflict, Fran said dispassionately. After seeing a major combat, many of the students feel energized and restless, and often find it harder to restrain themselves. In addition, because the participants of the initial conflict are rarely chastised or punished for their breach of school rules, it reinforces the assumption that violent conduct is a legitimate form of conflict resolution. Tsukune frowned. Speaking of which, weren't those 4 monsters in the black jackets enforcers? How can the school let the protection committee abuse their power and totally neglect their duties? Fran shrugged. I know very little about it myself, save what I've heard injured students complaining about. From what I can tell, they tend to enforce mundane rules and victimless crimes, but shy away from stopping fights or punishing violent crimes. The general consensus seems to be that the enforcers want to avoid open challenges to their authority. I can't guess why the headmaster tolerates their activities. The nurse glanced at her clipboard, filled out a few lines, and then bowed to Kuromu. If there will be nothing else, I have other patients to attend to. Before Tsukune could say anything, Kuromu quickly asked, "Is Mocha in good enough shape to see us right now?" Fran nodded and pointed with her lower right hand toward a room near the back of the office, next to a woman who was wrapped up from head to toe in gauze like a mummy. Strangely enough, Tsukune got the distinct impression that the woman was part of the nurse staff, not a patient. "She's right there. If you'll excuse me." HR Mocha flinched as the curtain in front of her room slid to the side, and she slowly turned her head to the side as Tsukune and Kuromu walked in silently. Although the crushing agony of her earlier injuries had receded to a weak, dull ache, she still tried to avoid sharp movements as Fran had recommended. "Oh, Kuromu, Tsukune. Hi," she said cheerfully, smiling. "Hi, Mocha," Kuromu said cheerfully back before Tsukune could say anything to defuse the tension in the room. "I'm glad to see you're alright. Now you can tell us what the hell happened to you this morning." Mocha flinched again, and her smile dimmed considerably. Well, that's complicated. Well, we've all been excused from classes, so please, educate us," the succubus said sharply, crossing her arms under her breasts. "Kuromu, please, calm down," Tsukune asked, wincing. "Whatever happened back there?" "What happened back there was that a good friend of ours got sucker punched, humiliated in front of half the school, and then was nearly beaten to a bloody pulp," Kuromu said heatedly, all traces of good humor evaporating. "And for what? Because he annoys you. Ranma's never laid a hand on you. What did he do to deserve that?" Mocha briefly considered bringing up her first meeting with the big-tailed boy, where he had seemed ready to punch a stake through her in Tsukune's defense, but relented. If it was for Tsukune's sake, Kuromu probably would have done worse in his place, anyway. "I know, you're right," Mocha said wearily, dropping her eyes to her lap. "There's not too much I can say about it, actually. The other Mocha you saw is well, I guess you could say she's my true self. Or perhaps my first self." The vampiress clutched her rosario tightly in her hands. "My true personality and power was sealed with the rosario. Without it, I become, well, egotistical, violent, and psychotic." Kuromu deadpanned. "Better than being useless and timid," came a snide response from within Mocha's head. "Perhaps Saotome isn't the only insect I should squish next time I emerge." Mocha winced badly, and Tsukune immediately moved in front of Kuromu. "Are you really okay? We can talk about this later if..." "No, Tsukune," Kuromu interrupted, grabbing the human boy and yanking him back. "We're not going to slide this under the rug. Don't you feel bad at all for Ranma getting beaten black and blue for no reason? Tsukune glanced at Mocha, laying quietly in the medical cot while wrapped in bandages and looking ashamed and subdued. Then he thought back to the end of Ranma's fight with evil Mocha, and the way the pig-tailed girl had brushed off the encounter by declaring she would have won before leaving to take a nap. Well, sure, I feel bad for Ranma, Tsukune hedged, but I don't want to take it out on the real Mocha. Mocha felt a twinge in her heart at hearing Tsukune describe her as being real. Was that idiot not listening at all? I'm the real Mocha. Kurumu turned back to the vampiress. So why was your power sealed? Why does it turn you into a completely different person? And why didn't you tell any of us this before? Did you really think the Rosario would never happen to come off? Mocha shook her head. It doesn't come off. Or at least, it's not supposed to. Something happened when Tsukune touched it. She chewed her lip pensively. As for why I didn't tell you guys, she frowned as she considered the question carefully. I don't know. I don't really try to hide it, normally. But Mocha suddenly looked up. Ranma. Tsukune glanced behind him, and looked confused when he saw that the other human wasn't present. Hey? What about him? Ranma. Puts me on edge. A bit, Mocha mumbled. Ranma is good at pissing people off. It's true, Kurumu admitted. Though that doesn't justify attacking him out of nowhere. That's not what I'm saying, Mocha groused as she turned her gaze away. But Ranma, I didn't want him to know about me, she admitted. I've never really thought hard about it before, but Ranma scares me. If he thought I was dangerous, I wouldn't be able to defend myself against him. Clang! The sound of a fist striking metal caused the vampiress to jerk her head around, the words already forming on her lips to defend herself from Kurumu's accusations. Those words died when she realized that it was Tsukune, not Kurumu, who had slammed a fist into the metal table beside her cot. Is that really how you look at Ranma? Tsukune demanded, his fist clenched tight despite the fact that it probably hurt quite a bit from the impact. Even after this, you still won't trust him? Mocha recoiled, innocently shocked. She had never seen Tsukune so furious before, and a quick glance at Kurumu revealed that she wasn't the only one. After this? You mean after he rushed to our rescue again? Mind you nearly got himself killed standing up to evil Mocha for your sake, and then brushed it all off the moment you came back to your senses? Tsukune said, stepping forward as Mocha shrank back. Evil Mocha could have killed him for no other reason than because she didn't like his attitude. He could have ended the fight much sooner if he wasn't so stubborn. Mocha shot back, her own expression heating up. So what? Tsukune asked, throwing his arms up in exasperation. Why should he have to give up and be humiliated? He thought you were in trouble. He didn't know that you and evil Mocha are pretty much the same person because you refused to trust him that far. Do you really think so little of him that you think he'd attack someone just because they could pose a threat? Do you really think he's the kind of person who could hurt an innocent person on some stupid excuse? Moko looked away again. I don't trust violent people. She was quiet for a few seconds while Tsukune bristled before she added in a whisper, including myself. Tsukune felt his irritation soften at her words, and once again found his instinctive affection for Moka fighting against his will to defend his friend. Let's leave it at that for now, he grumbled, rubbing his head wearily as he backed away from the vampiress. We've all just been through a lot, and I think we all need some time to think things over. I'll see you later, Moka. Tsukune turned and walked stiffly out of the room without another word. Kuromu, who had remained silent all throughout Tsukune's outburst, gave Moka a long, searching stare. Her eyes locked on the rosario, then she turned and followed Tsukune out into the office. I just don't understand how she could treat him like that, Tsukune mumbled to himself as he made his way through the veritable maze of injured students lying on metal slabs and cots. Well, actually, if she was upset about all her injuries I could understand, although that's not really his fault either. But I can't believe she's actually afraid Ranma will hurt her. Kuromu snorted. That's not what Moka is afraid of. Tsukune froze to a halt as he reached for the door leading to the hallway, and then his head jerked back toward the succubus. What? What do you mean? Kuromu smirked as she moved ahead of her beloved, pushing the door open for her and then leading him into the hall. I mean, even Moka, as timid as she is, doesn't seriously think Ranma is going to beat her up or kill her. In a way, it's really naive of her, but I'm pretty sure she thinks Ranma is every inch as honorable as you do. Tsukune looked quite confused. But why else would she be scared of him? And why would she lie about it? Kuromu hummed thoughtfully to herself as she strolled down the hallway, hands clasped behind her back. Well, I never said that she was lying, really. But what if it wasn't our Moka who was scared? Tsukune blinked. Evil Moka? Right. They share the same body, right? They can't be completely separate from each other. What if the emotions of one bled over into the other to some degree? Tsukune nodded slowly, completely hooked by Kuromu's theory. That would make sense. Evil Moka wouldn't have really been so bothered by Ranma otherwise. And she didn't hurt me even when I stood up to her. Exactly. Kuromu chirped as she whirled around. Of course, that begs the question, why would evil Moka be scared of Ranma? Because he might bully her? Tsukune shook his head. If our Moka doesn't think of him that way, there's no reason evil Moka would. Besides, she's way too strong for anyone to beat up on casually. Kuromu grinned. Then what could she be scared of? What could unnerve a vampire, known as one of the strongest monsters in the world? Why would evil Moka's first independent act be to rush headlong into battle with someone who more or less considers her a friend? Tsukune's brow creased as his expression darkened. She's not afraid of him beating her, necessarily. She's afraid that she can't beat him. Kurumu said nothing, her eyes twinkling. That's it, isn't it? Evil Mocha told him to know his place. She wants to make sure he knows she's stronger than he is, and she's nervous that she might not be. Tsukune sighed. It's funny. Even after knowing Mocha since school started, and even letting her feed on me, I still don't know much about vampires. Kurumu's smug expression melted away. Well, in all fairness, the Mocha we know isn't much like the vampires from stories. Actually, if it weren't for her biting you all the time, I couldn't have guessed what she was. Then she frowned. Evil Mocha is way more in line with what I've heard. Powerful, contemptuous of lesser beings, and above all, prideful. Ranma could rub someone like that wrong in all sorts of ways. Tsukune nodded, his face an expression of determination. We have to tell him. The succubus blinked, and then looked uncertain as she scratched her head. Well, there's no reason not to, I guess. But what? Tsukune prompted, wondering why Kurumu might hesitate to tell Ranma about the persisting threat brooding within one of their closest friends. The fact that evil Mocha was not simply a spell of madness or the fruition of an enemy's plot meant that every threat to the Rosario around Mocha's neck was also a threat to Ranma's safety. But, well, Kurumu shrugged. Do you think he'd care? Tsukune's sweat dropped. Point taken. Ranma groaned as she stretched her body, trying to get the kinks out of her back as she left her dorm room and kicked the door shut behind her. Good nap. And classes are almost over, too. The redhead scrubbed her hair with her hand as she thought over the events of earlier in the day. I think my ribs aren't 100% yet, but I still want to attend the Fight Club meeting. Besides, I doubt Wildman will let me duck out of a meeting just because of a few broken bones. Riza seemed more hardcore than most of her trainers in the past, if far more serious about it. She hadn't yet gotten to spar directly with the assistant gym instructor, but she was sure it would be a tough battle. Wildman's the only fighting monster I've seen so far that doesn't telegraph her power. Well, unless you count Mocha, I guess, Ranma thought. She supposed that hiding an incredibly powerful other self for so long even from one's closest friends also counted as subtlety. That thought made Ranma frown, and she suddenly turned sharply before walking down the hall to the door immediately next to hers. She knocked, and then waited patiently as a muffled stomping noise came from the other side of the door, as if something massive was walking toward the entrance. After a few seconds, Chaparaichi opened up his front door, staring down at the vaguely familiar redhead in confusion. Yeah? Who are you? Ranma blinked in surprise at seeing who was at the door. Chopper? You live next door? I didn't know that, she mused, ignoring his mounting confusion as to who she was. Anyway, can I talk to Mizor for a minute? Chopper stared, and then silently backed away before craning his neck to look inward. Sitting on the floor next to the wall Chopper shared with Ranma and Tsukune was Mizor. She was hunched over to minimize her profile, and it had a doctor's stethoscope on with the dish planted against the wall. She also had a massive sweat drop hanging from the back of her head as she remained where she was, pretending that she hadn't been discovered. Do you know who she is? The last few days she's just been popping up in here and messing with the wall. Whenever I try to question her, she just flicks ice cubes at me until I give up and head out to the gym, Chopper grumbled. He wasn't particularly inclined to use force on random girls unless there was a fight involved, but he rather hoped there was some sort of explanation for the constant intrusions. The girl took up valuable floor space which was vital for doing push-ups, and whenever she was around the air conditioning seemed to crank itself up automatically. She's just a friend of mine, that's all, Ranma said, brushing off the troll. Hey, Mizor, do you have any good pictures from that fight with Evil Mocha this morning? I was too busy dodging all the kicks to get a good view of them, and I wanted to see if I could get a look from another angle. Mizor remained absolutely still for several seconds, as if there were some chance that she might go unnoticed. Then, finally, she nodded blankly, still facing the wall. Cool. I'll look him over later. I have to get to my club right now. Without further comment, the big-tailed girl turned away, but was halted when Mizor suddenly spoke. Wait. Ranma. Ranma turned her head back, ignoring Chopper's perplexed gaze as the troll stared intently at her breasts, searching for some sign of deceit in her body. Mizor had finally turned away from her endeavor, and her face looked slightly tense as she took off the stethoscope and looked at Ranma. Are you? I'm a guy, Ranma said, guessing her stalker's question as Mizor trailed off. It's a magic curse. I turn into a girl with cold water, and back into a man with hot water. It came from China. Cross-dressing isn't a hobby of mine. I do know my measurements for disguise purposes, but I don't like to give them out, and no, I don't play with myself when I'm like this. Anything else? She asked, running through the list of answers to the most common questions she got when someone new discovered her curse. Mizor hesitated for a moment before she shook her head. I should have known, actually. You only have boys' underwear. Ranma shrugged as she turned away, once more heading out into the hall. Yeah, I really hate wearing pants. She trailed off awkwardly, thankfully avoiding her humiliating revelation as she suddenly considered Mizor's humiliating revelation. Wait, how do you know what kind of underwear I have? Ranma spun around, but was too late as Mizor hopped out of Chopper's window, making her escape. So, you're Ranma Saotome? Chopper finally asked, flicking one of Ranma's breasts with a finger and watching it bounce. So you're some kind of shape changer? Ranma spared the wrestler an irritated glance. I just explained this. I'm not a shape changer, I'm human. It's just a curse. Yeah, and I'm captain of the chess club, he chuckled, grabbing one of the redhead's memories with his enormous hand and squeezing to further confirm their substance. If you don't get your hand off me,